Once was a gnome named Wimbley Owens who worked all the day long. One day he said, fuck, I've had enough, and walked off into the woods. He found him a stump and he sat right down and stared at the sky for a bit. He sipped on a brew, let the daisies bloom, and said, well, this life's the shit. He marched back home with a jug in hand and shouted for all to hear, I claim this day to drink and play, let Ormsday bring the cheer. It's so
Greetings, and welcome to Solid 10 D&D. I need to click another button, because I totally forgot. There we go. I'm John Jerser. I will be your host and Dungeon Master for this wonderful Wednesday. Tonight, we resume Chronicles of the Nildorin, The Lost Tomes, with the penultimate, Session 81. I am joined by the wonderful Nildorin cast, though we are down one Harding-er. How are you all this evening? You ready to play some Dungeons and Dragons?
Long time
Feels
no
like it's
see, guys.
been a little while.
It's been a minute. Who are you?
7 years.
Who am I? It has been a minute. Life be lifing, and that's how life do. So, let's get through some quick announcements before we begin. Have an interesting evening. So, let's see. Phoenix, I meant to ask you a minute ago. What do we have with our ongoing sponsor, Nat 20 Dicery?
Okay, so first, I need you to put that link in chat because my cast is going to join me today, and you're going to go onto their website. Okay, so all of y'all click on their website, go to the website.
Okay. I got it on my favorites.
Okay, I am going to start reading something that they sell, and you have to go find it and tell me what it is and the price for it. Okay, are y'all ready? I'm gonna take this. Wait, I have to make sure at least all of you have the website up. Y'all, is everybody ready?
Yeah. I'm gonna win.
No,
Okay, just tell me when you're good.
I'm gonna win.
it's not working for me. Oh no.
Oh no!
It's not working. Ow. Ow.
I meant to have you pull this up before now, but I forgot.
That never happened.
Go, I'll catch up. Go.
Okay. From the shadowed glades of the Feywild to your very own tabletop, the blank is a vessel of balance, both elegant and unruly. Hand carved from medium-toned oak, this blank boasts a rich, warm grain that dances in the light like the ancient rings of forgotten lore. Anybody there yet?
It's a goblin-bound oak, handcrafted oak dice tray with the double dice goblin's mark. 40 USD. Available now. Or
Yay!
2 payments of $20 each.
You are correct. That was it. All right, the next one. Y'all ready?
Maybe.
Guard your treasures in style with the blank. A handcrafted blank, I can't say some words, of subtle black and olive green leather, made for adventurers who walk the line between light and shadow. Each blank is stitched with care, designed to hold your dice hoard safely as you travel from dungeon to dungeon. So what is it, Hal?
The Shadow Grove dice bag, handmade black and all leather dice pouches for D&D. Only 49 USD or 2 payments, 24.50.
Yeah, you're gonna win.
Yay! Okay, I have one more. I mean, Hal already won because he got 2 out of 3, but we're gonna do the third one. Okay?
I'll do with my eyes closed.
Is everybody ready?
Yeah.
From the cauldrons of shadowed alchemists comes blank, a colossal blank, infused with the rich, spicy warmth of Mexican hot chocolate. Its deep, swirling colors invite your hands to roll, squish, and lather, transforming every path. It already said what it was.
Soap. It's soap.
As soon as walked in to
That's
bring me my
some soap.
drink, and he's like,
It's soap.
Everybody have some
"What
soap.
is it, Hal?"
I don't know. I didn't look it up. I already won.
Did anyone find it?
It's soap. I don't know what it's called.
It is soap.
What do they call their soap?
Which soup?
It's molten midnight, 78 millimeters chunk soap dice and Mexican hot chocolate. And it's $25. There you go.
Mexican hot chocolate soap. Sounds.
Good.
That's the kind of soap you have to try not to eat.
Supposed to eat it, Al. Alright, so yeah. And there's lots of other stuff that I could read. They have lots of fun things to read on there. So, I mean, go check it out and buy some dice. Or other things.
They have lots of other things.
Yeah. How one?
He said he was going to.
Win.
Oh,
And what does he win? What's the prize?
bragging rights.
Smile.
Oh.
I don't have a prize. There's no prize. You get to know that you were the best at searching.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Say it again.
You're the best.
Everybody else has to say it. That's Hal's prize. Everybody has to say how you're the best. All right,
Wait, let me record this. Ready, go.
How you're the best.
Hal, you're the best.
I'm having technical
of course.
difficulties. I mean, you know.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, I don't. You. My mic.
Rawr.
Rawr.
Hal, I'll say it with pride. You are the best.
Oh, man. You're so sweet.
Oh man. Thanks, Phoenix. Thank you guys, and thank you, Nat 20 Dicery. Let's see, what's up next? How are things looking with the podcast, Hal?
Doing great. Getting in a rhythm. Released episode 17. Does episode 17 come out on Sunday? Comes out on Sunday. We're scheduling things in advance, if you can believe it or not. But episode 17 begins with tension still hanging in the thick in the air, but the dynamic has shifted as Harding steps fully into the unfolding political storm surrounding Riverton, and the ripple effect is immediate. Dante and Nemea no longer navigating the room alone. Every word carries additional weight.
Oh yeah. Whoa.
Like she's here.
Oh.
Check it out on your favorite podcasting app, and while you're there, leave us a review and say hello. Just search Solid 10 D&D. Back to you, John.
You're the best, Hal.
Thanks.
Thanks, Hal. Bug, what kind of cool things do we have on our website and in our shop?
Oh my gosh, guys, since the revelation of a new tome last session, 87 years ago, we have a new tome available in the shop, so you too can get your very own blue tome. It's got a
Iridian.
fancy name. Iridian. I almost said Viridian, and I was like, that's the green one, that's not it.
It's verdant. It's just bees. Bees. The only similarity.
While you're there, you can also check out our hoodies, our jackets, our t-shirts. We have drinkware, we have stickers, because who doesn't love a nice sticker, right? If anyone's like me and puts stickers all over their water bottles. Yeah, so go check it out at solid10dd.com. So we have tons of loot for everybody.
Finger crossbows. Nice. Thanks, Bug. Oh, wow, thank you for all the wonderful gifts and subs in chat. So you will notice at the bottom of the screen we have a pool of luck, which the party can use to reroll d20s except for death saves. For 100 bits you can add to the pool. 10 luck points roll over each session, so players be sure to use them if you got them. You can also help the party by casting a healing word with channel points or bestowing disadvantage on me. As is tradition, when we hit our bits or sub goals, we'll give away some sweet loot in chat. Chat be present and type ! enter. Follow the instructions that the bot spits out there. I think that's it for the announcements. With that, let's play some Solid 10 D&D.
Where did
You guys ready for this?
Da-da-da-dun-dun-dun. Sure.
I'm eating candy. I needed a moment. I'm stalling.
What's you eating?
Delicious. Hot tamales.
Andy.
Like it. Goes with your Mexican coffee.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
about to say that.
Last, we left the Nildorin. This may sound familiar to some of you, but here we go. Your rest in Nordhelm was short-lived, as the abomination from the mountain struck again. And together you felt it, learning it had once been a man of the cult of chaos. With his dying breaths, he revealed that the Ordo Antiquorum had been infiltrated at its highest level. The Gleeman's insistence, he returned to the Ordo, learning that the likely culprit was Elder Fulveldi, currently in the far east, accompanied by a name that rang from Hal's past, Jonathan. You rested for the evening, and woke the next morning to breakfast. During the meal, your friend Angela arrived, followed shortly by the Gleeman, who told that he had discovered a hidden library during a drunken wander the night before. Within some writings in that library, you learned that Ordo directives had changed long ago, at the command of an elder of that era. Dragons, once friends and allies, were to be hunted for a gemstone found within them. The documents spoke of hiring a dragon to destroy what you believe to be Ribbiton in the south, naming Awak, also known as Sylvie in her human form, as the one to carry it out. The order concluded with a final instruction: kill the dragon once the task is complete. But as you know, that did not come to pass. As the scribe's ramblings continue, the words hinted at something wrong. Thoughts slipping from his mind, passages forgotten or struck from the page. He wrote of magic growing strange as dragons fell, of something changing that he could no longer fully grasp. While you researched, the void, Ignis gilded in verdant tomes stirred with fear and urgency. Celine and Harding were endued with new power, and the gilded tome guided the void, tearing you from the library and flinging you across Truistria, straight to Fulveldi, Jonathan, and the last of the lost tomes. You fought, striking down anything in your way. But before the battle ended, something or someone was released from imprisonment. As the last guard was rent in two by Harding, the tomes resonated, reunited at last. With the Iridian tome completing the set, you were torn away once more and deposited on a remote hilltop. The gods within the tomes proclaim that together the Nildorin hold one wish to right the wrongs of Truistria. As the words ring through your minds, you glance around, and it's just the five of you. The Gleeman was left behind. Nem, saying you'll return shortly, you open the Void Tome with Dante helping to guide your path with the Gilded, and Harding along for some extra muscle, just in case. You three vanish, hurtling through the void once more, back to that far-flung place to gather the Gleeman. As your feet hit the ground, you're standing on soft grass, once again in the small courtyard outside the sandstone structure. You look around and see in the minutes you've been gone, not much has changed. The one stark difference is the pile of smoldering guards piled together just inside the small doorway, and the Gleeman still sitting in a chair. On the table before him is the now separated head of Fulveldi. Blood covers the Gleeman's hands as he waves you over. Come. Sit. I must speak with this traitor and see how deep in the corruption the cult goes. And see what else he might know. As he waves to you, Nim, Dante, and Harding. He kind of notices his hand is covered in blood. Traces some sigils, mumbles, and the blood is gone from him.
Right. We sit.
I didn't know if you guys were coming back. I figured I would learn something and find my way.
How long did this take?
Like,
Obviously not long, but
as soon as you guys disappeared, the rest of the guards in this place were coming at me, so I just kept slinging some fireballs in that small doorway. The guards aren't very smart. Oh, and then I saw this guy's head off. It wasn't hard, since Harding with the sword and the... how Harding is. Harding's over there like... Alright.
sit down next to the Gleeman.
He coughs a little bit, puts his pipe away, reaches on the other side of his cloak, and pulls out a scroll. I've had this prepared. I figured it was likely one of us would murder him before we got a chance to chat. Before I begin, I'm only going to have 5 questions to ask him. I have a few, but at some point I will likely turn to you all. So be ready. You should be able to hear his answers too. Ready?
Right.
Harding looks bored. She's over there with her sword, kind of poking the smoldering soldiers, not really paying attention. The Gleeman reads from the scroll, and it flares away with a flash of green light. You watch as the magic infuses in the severed head resting on the table. It begins to stir, and a ragged breath is drawn as his jaw begins to move. Gleeman kind of arranges the head a little better, leans forward. Fulveldi, I'm sure you're proud of what you've accomplished, so please tell me. You said, "Welcome back to the material plane, my lord." What does that mean? And the head stirs. Ah. Hello again, Nildorin. Erros. The Lord of all is free to rule Truistria once more. Though and the head stops moving. Gleeman looks at you all. And back at the head. What will he do now that he's freed? He will quickly regain power and once and for all conquer this world. And Gleeman's bushy white eyebrows kind of go up. How deep lies the corruption of this cult within the Ordo? And the jaw kind of the cult is everywhere. When they learn the sovereign is no more, they will seek each other out, waiting on the call from our Lord to help him upend this world. Gleeman strokes his beard and sits back for a moment. He looks to you, Nim, and you, Dante. What else should I ask him?
I look to Dante. Should we ask about Awak? Figure out the ties there, what they promised her? Or we have to be... I'm gonna look to the Gleeman. We have to be specific, don't we?
He doesn't have to tell the truth. And if he doesn't know, he doesn't know. So far, he seems to have told the truth. Unless he's boasting. It's always kind of an arrogant prick, so maybe he's boasting, but doom and gloom, that's, that seems fitting for what's happening.
What's the worst that could happen? Let's ask that.
Save that one for a moment. I'm gonna look to the Gleeman. Just had it. It was right there, right there.
Piece of candy.
If you can get it out of him, ask how he unleashed the binds of the Tome. Erros.
It's a good one.
I
Can
need
reach
to
us
know
out.
a way so that he can boast.
Very clever. kind of pats the skull, or the severed head. Fulveldi, you still there? Shit, that's one of the questions.
No!
No!
It was literally in the movie.
No, yeah. It's more of a statement. You're still there. As he pats him on the head. Fix that real quick. How? Please, tell us. How are you able to free your lord and sever his bonds, as it were, from wherever he was? Solid. The jaw begins creaking again. The heart. The glass. Heart of hearts. Matched the tome of glass. And that I wasn't sure if it would work. But it did. The skull is kind of grinning. Gleeman looks once again to you two. Harding has since used her sword as a kebab and collected heads.
Hey, what's up?
Any other thoughts? Anything in particular? Anything you want to know?
Much of a thought going on up here. I tried to think a second ago. Didn't you notice like the big expression on my face? It hurt to think. I don't think well.
What's the secret ingredient in Krabby Patties?
Severed head. Duh.
Dead wizard.
Oh.
And their magic. It's really delicious. We have been adventuring too long together.
And it's been too long since we've all been here together.
I've
Hey,
missed you, nerds.
Wonder if we could ask something that would benefit us besides about the releasing from the tome part. Maybe something else.
Yeah, the only other thing that I can think of is We're gonna have to talk to Awak, so we've got to figure out an angle. But we have to figure out how to make him boast about it.
Hmm.
What did they promise the green dragon in return for the attack?
Is that the question you want? No pressure.
Gotta tap in. Gotta tap in. Think like Celine. Think like Celine. Ugh.
Druid Unagi.
That wisdom.
Wisdom is no bueno here. I will ask,
What was offered to the green dragon in return for a favor to kill halflings? Maybe we could use it to barter with Awak for information, because we also have proof that they were going to kill Awak. So maybe we can talk to her.
Nose goes. I don't think she still likes me.
Do you think, Gleeman?
I think that's... He was probably... Fulveldi was probably on the council. When was that? 40-something years ago? Yeah. Yeah, I'll ask him. And he repeats your question. To Fulveldi's head. You can see that the magic is fading as the head kind of wobbles, as the jaw opens. We promised the dragon she would not end up like her brethren. But we lied. And she failed. Kind of. With that, the magic leaves the skull. The mouth is kind of left open. The eyes wide in rigor mortis. The Gleeman just kind of... Well then, he reaches forward and he grabs Fulveldi by the hair and just kind of tosses him over onto the pile of smoldering corpses. Harding wasn't paying attention, kind of jumps as it into the pile. Well, that's all I had. From here I was going to figure out how the fuck to get back, but since you're here, that's great.
Yeah.
Pulls his pipe out.
Do you have a way to create a force field of some kind?
He nods. You've seen me do it a couple times before, yes?
Something that could guard all of us?
Could make a nice wall of force, as it were.
When we get back, I think we have a quick conversation with an angry green dragon. And you have that wall of force ready. From what I can tell, the fight was intense, obviously. So she might be in the midst of attacking. I don't know how this enchantment works. So whenever we get back, we'll talk to them and hopefully they haven't gotten into too much trouble. Surely nothing's happened.
It's only been a few minutes, right?
Right. I'm gonna look to Dante and hold up the tome.
Here we go again.
Harding. Wait! She moves closer.
Come on, Slowpoke!
Can't believe you're going to leave me.
We would never!
I don't believe you, furry boy.
We'll diagnose that one later.
Bushy rat man.
Sorry, I was listening to the podcast episode recently of when Harding was introduced, and yeah.
Let's go, Daisy.
All right, Dilly.
How'd you know what my next character's name was going to be?
So as Harding
There's
joins,
another one?
you each brandish your tomes. Harding is like, oh, puts hers away. And again, you tumble through the void. Time seems to slip away as you're stretched and pulled through the nothingness. And as it all comes slamming back together, your feet land on grass once more. And as you look around, it's a familiar place. You stand on a hill in Lastland. A great tree nearby leans over a rustic square. And as you stand there a moment, looking around and gaining your bearings, the tree seems to split open, and a green light begins rotating from within. And people begin appearing quickly, one after the other. They look somewhat haggard, but the expressions on their face are that of pure joy. A woman moves through, and kind of double take. And she looks, though human and haggard, surprisingly like Celine. After her is a man with a bow and a horn strapped across his back. Behind him, a male halfling in full armor, with a shield and a staff. And bringing up the rear are your friends, Hal and Celine. As they step through the tree, the green light fades, the bark rejoins as if nothing had ever happened. Hal, Celine, what would you like to do? As you emerge.
How do we notice them right off the bat?
They're standing not too far off. It's not a huge square. They're probably 10 or 20 feet away from you.
Okay. Celine just kind of like looks and smiles and kind of holds up a finger. And she turns to Hal and she says, "Hold on, is Caroline listening?"
She's moved forward with the rest of the group. We've kind of moved off to the side, the rest of the Nildorin.
Okay, she's gonna like whisper a little bit. And she's gonna say, okay, so Hal, looks like the rest of everybody's here and we have to free some gods. So, you might want to say goodbye. For now, it's possible to care about more than one person. Probably shouldn't completely cut ties yet. Just in case, like after we save the world, you can think more.
I think we have already said our goodbyes, and if we make it through whatever we have to go through, then perhaps we can have a picnic on Sunday afternoon or something like that. Maybe the next Wednesday we can like get together and have some drinks and some food, and then I can tell her dad that we're practically gods.
Definitely be sticking it to him. But yeah, and so she's gonna grab all of her gold and put it in Callan's hand, and say, okay, so you need to make sure all these people get clothes and they get fed and like try to get them home. I can trust you to do that, right?
How much gold are you giving him?
400.
Puts his shield on his back, kind of tucks his staff under his arm as he. Oh my! That's kind of a. That's
is expensive. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I guess you're right, but that's a lot. You're so kind.
You sound just like him. That's beautiful. Sorry. He says, well, I mean, it's totally possible I could die saving the world, so this will be useless to me anyways. So,
Well, don't go dying. I'm sure Erros will take care of you, and I appreciate you trusting me not to buy just a lot of goat's milk with this. I'll be sure to take care of these people.
I don't feel the need to roll an insight check on him now. It's fine. She gives him a hug.
He straps the heavy coin purse to his belt, and his pants are like almost falling down. He adjusts his shield, and he hugs you back. That was quite an adventure. Quick.
Oh, and here, and she's gonna give him a crystal for keeps
Oh yeah.
to remember the adventure.
I bet Mr. DM forgot to figure out what those were.
Yeah, he totally did forget, and he forgot to tell me exactly how many there were of them. But that's fine. I got lots.
You got lots. He's like, I'm sure this will help us get home.
No, it's for keeps.
Well, I
You're
mean,
supposed to keep it to remember. Just like put it on like a dresser or something.
I'll be sure to get a dresser. Thank you. He puts it. He tucks it away in his pouch. Now, quick question for y'all. Where are we?
We're in Lastland.
That's great. Where's that?
I describe where it is
Oh, that's
because she
kinda-
knows, but I
that's-
don't.
that's kind of helpful. Yeah, I'm sure.
You should use some of that gold to get you back to your temple.
Yeah, that's.
Although I think that Caroline is from an area that's near there.
I
So- Just
I
have the
haven't-
same boat as her.
I haven't spoken to this Caroline much, but
She's the
I'm
one
sure
that
I can tell the captain where I need to go, and he'll know. I hope. I am gonna go find somewhere to sit down. Kind of gives you a side hug. and wanders off. Kind of waves his hand at his buddy. Is it Hammond?
Yeah, Hammond.
Hammond follows behind. As they kind of walk off
He has money
to the
for y'all
town.
to get food. Everybody. Yep. Although I totally thought Hal was gonna actually go say goodbye, but whatever. Guess we go over to the party now.
Me and Dante are just in the back in the meanwhile, just kind of like looking, and Nim is just pointing at like the look-alike Celine, and then Celine, and then the look-alike Celine. Are you seeing double?
Oh, good. It's not just me. I thought I was having a moment there. How long were? What the heck is going on?
I'm as confused as you are. Maybe we can go talk to them now that they seem to be done talking.
Yeah, sure. That's the smart thing to do. We really gotta stop doing this traveling. It's really messing with my brain. Apparently, what little
Well,
there is.
We might be done soon. Whatever that entails.
Tails.
And
Oh yeah, it's still there. Okay.
I will slowly stride off towards Celine and Hal. How long were we gone exactly?
Well, it was about 18-ish hours, I think. Something like that. Because, okay, so a couple of people came along, some cleric and his apprentice, and then I named a tree and we walked through the tree so we could find Caroline because we were just standing there, and I thought that we should save her before, I might die. So we walked through the tree, and then apparently this island was calling ships to their wrecks, and then they were eating all of the people on it by slowly driving them crazy till they went down in these cave systems. So anyways, we killed that thing. It was like a brain. We also killed some rocks that came to life. But yeah, we got Caroline back.
Hal will step forward and extend a hand towards Dante, and kind of for the Beastmaster handshake. And but it's good to see you.
Yes.
What this adventuring is like without you and Nemia and Harding, and I will lean in for a hug with Nemia, like give her a hug, because it's always been handshakes before. Oh, it's good to see you. All right.
Yeah, why is it when we leave, all the good shit happens to them, cool shit, and we get the death and destruction?
Oh, Nemia, it wasn't like all the good stuff. It was more than that, but come here, gather around. I'm going to tell you a tale of courage, romance, heroism, cosmic destiny, and according to Celine, mostly me being dramatic, but that is slander. But because it's Celine, I'll allow it. So picture this. Celine and I stand before this ancient tree, its branches reaching toward the heavens like arms of a titan, begging for the sun of one more glorious day. The wind whispers through its leaves. And then Celine introduced herself. Can you believe that? I couldn't believe that. Like, not to the people, but to the tree. I thought she was just being polite, druid gestures people do when they want to look respectful before they chop something down. But no. So she begins having this full-on conversation with this tree. The tree confesses it has never had a name. And as Celine mentioned, so like benevolent queen of foliage that she is, Celine names it Ray. like Ray, Sun Ray, right? Names it Ray. And blesses its leaves. And the tree is moved. I'm not really sure how it moved. Perhaps the wind was blowing a little bit, but you know, it is so beautiful. I nearly composed a sonnet on the spot, but not so much. So Ray, in an act of courage, parts its mighty trunks and reveals its innards. But the innards are a glowing passage, like a living gateway, a bridge between lands. And so we ran through within 6 seconds, mind you. And that kind of makes us like pioneers of botanical teleportation, which I thought was like completely broke because teleportation doesn't work, right, Namia? Like it doesn't work no more. It doesn't work for me, right? Anyways, Celine just called it a trick or a neat trick or whatever. We'll find out if she lives or if we all live for that matter. So on the other side, we arrive on a lonely shore where the sea crashes against the sand like 1,000 war drums heralding our arrival. And there, fishing, was this man Elias, a weathered person, survivor of this shipwreck. He tells us that 35 souls survived the crash, 35. And then 8 years later, 7 remain. Yes, terrible statistics. I don't know what statistics are. But naturally, being heroes of unmentioned generosity, we immediately fed the survivors. Well, Celine fed the survivors, and she just like gave them a bunch of magical berries that are like, they make you like not hungry for a day, and it's really good and it's tasty. So it's a little bit tart, but perhaps that's just what, you know, the berry she gave me. But I don't know, to them it must seem like gods themselves. God, Erros, gods. And he looks at his tome. The gods themselves had arisen, but Celine, right, she insists that maybe we just cried and ate a lot, which is basically the same thing, I don't know. But then came this humongous cave, like a dark womb in the earth where survivors wandered and never returned. Like we were thinking, you know, Callan and Celine and Ham and Eggs and myself were going to leave, but no, we were adventurers, we were heroes. But the smart people probably would have left, not us. So down into this cave we went, and what awaited us was a nightmare, if you can believe it. Like from the darkness emerged like this monstrous aberration, all writhing tendrils and psychic fury like a terrible thought-given flesh, and its tentacles flashing through the cavern, grabbing us, dragging us across the stone as if we were no more than snacks waiting to happen. And then Celine was seized. And then I was seized. And then we were all seized. And for a moment, it seemed the beast might triumph. But then, like thunder breaking heavens themselves, I unleashed a note so powerful, so perfectly resonant that the cavern trembled. I'm still a little hoarse from raising my voice. But the magic built up, and with a deafening crash, the glass prison containing the foul creature exploded, shattering to 1,000 glittering shards as the monster met its spectacular and extremely well-deserved end. Celine says the spell was technically called Shattered because she saw me cast it before, but, you know, I thought it was a work of art. And then, in the wreckage of the battle, we found her. And they'll look towards them and give her a nod of thanks. Caroline, she's alive. 8 long years lost to the horrors of the island, her mind shackled by the creature we had just slain. And when the monster died, the fog in her eyes lifted. She looked at me, like really looked, and asked where she was. I was like, I had no idea, like it's some island or something. So I only did the reasonable thing I thought, and I levitated her out of the cave and carried her like a bride in my arms, like a hero of a tragic opera, toward the light. But that story does not end with monsters, no. The greatest battles are sometimes fought in the heart. So, you see, once, long ago, I believed Caroline held that place with me. But standing there on that beach after everything we had faced, the truth was undeniable. My heart had already chosen. So I told her. I told Caroline that once I had loved her, 8 years ago when we were children, but that the person who truly holds my heart now is Celine. Selene says I could have done with fewer metaphors, but, where's the poetry in that? So there you have it. In a single day, we befriended a tree, named him Ray, teleported through botanical means across the world, fed starving castaways like benevolent gods, and descended into a nightmare cave, slain the tentacled horror from the depths, rescued a woman lost for years along with her companions, and resolved a love story that had lingered far too long. But, minor details. What matters most...
Oh, I was muted. It's fine.
No, please. You were there. What did I miss?
Hal left out the part where everyone else who fought the monster and he almost died twice. There were other people there. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, we met a couple on the way, Catelyn and Hammond. They seem to be together for a long time. But, minor details, of course. What matters most is that the tale had everything, right? It had heroism, horror, romance. Most importantly, an exciting story I could tell throughout the years if we live past whatever is going to happen. So, what did you guys do?
Talked to a deadhead.
Got a head on our adventure.
And while you're doing all of this, Nim is furiously writing in her notebook. We talked to Fulveldi. Dead Fulveldi. Gleeman got some frustrations out, and then we came back. We found out that the lovely being that was released from the Tome was, in fact, Erros, and he's going to gain power and try to take over the world.
That's about right. It's probably gonna try to gain power whenever celestial bodies align.
Celestial bodies?
Yeah, the moons? It's the stuff that, it's the big event that's coming up.
Harding's just looking down. Got your celestial body right here.
I knew she was gonna be like, what, did we just stand in a line now? What's happening?
So, all right. And how long do we have for that exactly? Because it seems that in the magic of transportating, my brain isn't working.
I might
See,
have
so
to
it
wait
isn't just me.
to know exactly. I don't know how much I can see right now. I might have to wait till nighttime, maybe. But if I remember the last time I looked at it and I do some calculations, Mr. DM. It's soon.
Roll
That's
a
all I
nature
remember.
check for me.
Okie dokie, artichoke.
Let's roll some dice.
I'm not super awesome at nature.
I love the druids
You're a
that aren't
druid.
good.
What?
I love it when druids aren't good at nature. My druid wasn't good at nature either.
I would like to use a luck.
Absolutely.
You see this tree? It's a good looking tree. That's about
I
it.
wonder if it has a name.
Buddy.
You don't get to name the trees.
Just
Okay, so
Wow.
Just immediately shuts down Dante.
Yeah, missed you guys so much.
it's just a bad name, okay? It's not my fault. That's a name for I don't know, a dog.
Gee, the severed head was nicer.
It's not a bad name,
21.
Dante.
Say that again, Celine.
21.
21. You're speaking specifically of the moons, and yeah, okay.
And a special event that I have seen come to pass before.
Indeed. So, looking up, even though it's... what is it? Mid-morning-ish? Pre-lunch, I guess? You can look out off the hilltop, over the water, to the great Medius Mare Sea, and you can see just the edges of the greater moon. And just above it, almost smoldering even in daylight, is the smaller moon, very close to the other. You figure it's probably a day away, maybe 2 at the outside.
Somewhere between 1 and 2 days from now.
Right, of course. It's fantastic. So it seems that we have a lot on our plate, obviously, because we have to save the world. But also, the dragon hearts and the tomes together unlock the cages of whatever they're in. So we have to have a conversation with the dragon.
How many hearts do we have?
3.
I mean, you have 4.
Said we. Alarmony said we.
Is there a pig nearby? I keep hearing we.
Oui, oui.
It's a French pig.
What is French?
It's on the other side of of this.
It's actually a
World's
callback
just Sylvan.
to session
That's all.
41. What is French?
So
43?
What 3 do we have?
Them holding her shiny new staff is I have this one. I have a small red one, and then we have the white one.
But that one's in your staff, though.
I'm aware.
Are we gonna try to release the gods using the keys, and then make a wish on something else? That
Maybe I don't necessarily. Does Nim know how wish works? Being trained in Arcana as she is.
and with level 8 spells, you're real close.
I mean, everyone knows how wishes typically work. It's the thing of childhood stories, even in Truistria. But with the, I guess, roll a Codex lore check for me.
Ooh.
Never get to use this skill ever.
Oh my god, where'd her head go?
30?
30? I don't know if that's...
16 plus 14?
Yeah, that's
Am I
30.
doing that?
It's pretty
That's
low.
that's
I don't know if that's gonna
good
be
math.
I don't know if it's gonna be enough. The DC was 30 and a half.
3 and a half.
It's a reaction. Give her bardic inspiration.
I was about to say silvery barbs.
30 and a half. Oh man, that rounds up.
With a 30, it's tough. Knowing how wishes work, and knowing the nature of books, and having possessed a tome longer than anyone else in the party, you've probably actually interacted with your tome the most as well. You gather that the wish could probably free the gods. But, I mean, even with the 30, like, you guys haven't really talked about it much. You haven't asked your tomes. You've not really done any investigation into it since so much has happened directly after gaining that information.
Ooh, if we can free the gods using the keys, then maybe we could use our wish to, like, empower the gods more. You know, like poof. That's probably not gonna work. It's a wish. Like, there are humans that can cast that spell. I don't see it increasing the power of gods. That probably wouldn't work.
We save the wish for the fight that is inevitably going to come. Maybe we could use it to seal Erros once more and keep the other gods out of it, as long as we word it correctly. But if we have to end up using it to release the gods, that's the possibility of having the keys and the tomes in the same space could heighten our chances.
I mean, I was literally going to wish to, like, live long like Celine, but I mean, if it were up to me, I had a choice. Like, my choice would be, okay, live like Celine, live long like Celine. Next was to not like release the gods, because I figure if Erros put somebody behind the doors and then, like, you went and opened the doors for those people, they would come out and they'd be pretty upset. I mean, if they were asleep, they'd probably come out really, like, slowly. I don't know, but that's my idea. It's like, so those are my priorities, right? Live longer, or like release the gods, or
I think we only have, like, one wish, though.
And it's a collective. It's between the 5 of us.
We should definitely make sure we at least live, and that the world still lives before ending life.
Going to make me live longer, or the other part?
If you become a druid instead and really focus on it, that could help you live longer.
They have to eat all those veggies.
I said it was being vegan.
I mean, you, like, when you give us
vegetables, I talk to vegetables. Like,
yes, you did, like, yesterday, and you named him Ray. I'm not sure if I could eat Ray after you guys were friends. But you did give us some fruit. So, but
food.
like, you didn't give us jerky. I'm just saying. I don't know. I mean, I've got somebody in my book, and they probably want to get out, and you have a book, and you have a book, and you have a book, and we all have a book. Like, if we could, like, let them go.
Well, we don't want to kill the green dragon, right?
No, but the dragon would probably be quite angry and still willing to fight. So we have to have... One, we have to get away from town. That way that no one gets hurt. 2, we have to figure out some kind of barter to calm her down. She succeeded in what she wanted, and that was to kill Reed.
Hal says in Draconic that he didn't know before. Well, shit.
And Nim responds in Draconic. Tell me about it.
Hold up, wait a minute.
I mean,
what the fuck?
I don't know what y'all are saying.
The person that was in your tome, Hal, is already out. The person that was in your tome, Hal, was Erros himself. He's
Wait, I
gone.
thought you told me that Erros was like Dante's little familiar that he shot it with a bow.
That's arrow. That's arrow.
Yeah, that's what they said.
Arrow.
Not Erro, Erros.
Yeah, I don't understand your. I don't know.
How?
Hey, what can I say?
Dante will whistle. Hey, and there's arrows 2.5.
Yeah. You whistle, and in the sky you hear the call. He's a falcon, right?
Correct.
Slowly descends and lands on his shoulder.
Arrow. See?
How come I haven't seen him before? Like, oh, you know what? Because he was in my book. I remember. Okay.
So Hal, as you speak Draconic and the conversation goes on a bit, you hear in the back of your mind, as you have a couple times before, the deep kind of rumbling purr. And you see out of the corner of your eye the tome in your pocket as it glows a bit. Words in your mind in Draconic. I told you we would speak when the time was right. You've done a great thing. Figured you would like that. You are the
Thank you.
best.
Hey, what can I say?
Is Hal talking out loud right now?
He's probably,
Probably.
knowing how
Gesturing.
he's gesturing wildly and kind of mumbling
Yeah.
out loud. He's speaking in Draconic, so Nim and Dante can understand. But Celine, if you don't know Draconic, you're probably like, what the fuck?
Start speaking in Celestial.
We understand it.
You all understand Celestial because of your Dracorboros.
I chose that language.
Oh yeah.
Fine, I speak in Elvish.
The words continue in your mind, Hal. I suppose I should introduce myself. I am Eravindo, the world serpent, and father of all dragonkind. I was forgotten and banished and trapped as the other gods. I was one of 5 trapped within the tomes, but the alien nature of my mind prevented me from forgetting as the others had. Long ago, we watched from our realms, some within this realm, but even still we watched, and we were too late in stopping him. Time is difficult to discern from this prison, but in our last moments, 5 of us, the last bits of our power, chose to be bound within the tomes, that we might help guide those that took them up next, undo or prevent another calamity such as this. He was once a man He was called Elder Vacarin Erros. He had these tomes. And he had the secret hearts of dragons, of each color. These books had no voices before we were trapped within. But Erros made his wish. And all the gods were erased from memory, and most were trapped. After that, it's much a blur as the centuries pass. But with the wish complete, the tomes of power were lost across Truistria. I've been listening, and it seems you must speak to a dragon. Perhaps I can help. Perhaps you won't need my help, but just know that I'm here.
Val will ask seriously, are we supposed to release you and the others within the tome? Or are we supposed to take your power into us?
A most astute question. You and your friends, as powerful as you are, could not contain what is trapped within these tomes. Us. But through the tomes, you can wield our power. I long to be free.
All right. I'm sure I can convince my friends to let you free.
I'm sure you can.
I mean, of course I can.
With that, you feel the presence fade somewhat from the back of your mind. You see the glow dim, but still it's lingering in the back of your mind, always there.
So, as I was saying, I mean, if I had the priority to choose, I would say, like, live long or, let the gods free, or at least their power free, or whatever. I mean, so it's a vote. I don't know, a democracy, a majority rules. Like, you guys don't want me to live forever, then I will write the great ballad before we go into war about my courage and good looks.
Nobody lives forever. You didn't hear me?
But no, Nem looked like she was wanting to say something. What did you say?
No.
Em's gonna slowly look at the Gleeman. My vote is before
even before. We have 2 things that we have to do. We can make our wish, whatever it is. My personal vote is to Awak first. We can calm her and convince her to help us. Maybe we can get some more information.
Nim, I don't know why, but you're like, I feel like you're timid or you have some trepidation. Like you're not coming across as normally as you would normally like be. Usually you're more, hey, this is what they think and
He's
this is what
telling
you
you
should
you're a
do.
little soft.
And this is what could happen or this is what's going to happen. But I think I get the point of what we were supposed to do. I mean, I could talk to Awak. I literally have a friend who could help me out. He's in this book. He's the, I don't know, patron of all dragons or whatever. And now that I can speak Draconic, I'm sure that Awak would listen to me.
Is this better?
Better than what?
Get right up in his face. Can you hear me now?
Why are you so close to me?
I am
You said that-
going to hug my book.
You feel the phantom arms hug you back.
And does your book hug you back?
No, it doesn't.
Well, I'm sorry, the
What?
person in the book.
No, she doesn't.
Have you tried hugging her?
Used to sleep with the top on my chest.
Whenever she was in it?
I guess not her. Mechanus was a very cold god. Like, he was very, to the point. No frills.
Yeah, that makes sense.
She's gonna, and then I guess she's gonna hug her Tome while she's talking to her.
They're lonely and they haven't felt hugs. You have to want them to feel the hug.
All right. What is our vote for?
Like she just hung on it. Okay, Celine. So what are we doing?
She's like
Let's go talk to a
hugging
dragon.
tight. Are we talking to a
Harding
one
kind of
vote
leans.
for dragon?
Harding leans forward. You all hugging your books. Mine just makes me crazy.
You could tell.
I mean, I'm not sure it is the book.
It's going to be that kind of day then.
Harding,
Fine.
you have big emotions. You're allowed to.
I have
Okay.
big lots of things. Leave me alone.
That is true.
I never said it was a bad thing.
She's not listening. She's already kind of walked off a little bit. She's still within earshot.
She always listens to Celine. She might just not say anything.
Look, I'm talking to a dragon.
yeah.
One is indifferent.
So we have to go away from the town.
Place.
Far enough away to where they won't come to the town to destroy it if they get mad.
Well,
Can your
I
tone
have
take us to
taste-
the middle of nowhere?
Not the snow.
Gleeman kind of leans forward. I mean,
Don't have that kind of time.
down this hill, there's a nice large field. Should be far enough away.
Oh, I have a question.
I might have an answer.
How's everything looking? You know, a month ago I cast that spell to fertilize the land, to make things grow very good.
Things are looking
This isn't
green.
great.
The field where you actually cast the spell, it's like 1.5 miles from that spot, right? And with that spell, everything is very vibrant green. It's looking fresh. This music is really stressful for something that's not this stressful. Let me
I'm feeling real tense.
Oh no, what's happening?
I don't think my Tome is really liking the hug.
As soon as you started hugging it, it's like, music is great. Oh no, what's happening?
I'm just feeling really
I
anxious.
got
all of a
someone else
sudden.
to hug a book.
Let's go with this one.
Of course it would be Nim.
Yeah,
You
it's
stop
kind of
hugging it,
random.
and it's like, oh, okay.
I think that's all you, and I think that's all your Tome. That's all you, boo.
Okay, that's fine
You're
with
just
me.
that lovable. Anyways, to the field.
Oh, that was so sweet. She's gonna link arms and they're gonna start walking.
Wizard of Oz skipping.
Well, I'm still holding a. That'd be. Sure. We could do it.
Off to see a dragon.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
A wonderful misunderstood dragon, and we must apologize.
No, it's not we. It's he. And she points to the doctor.
He is gonna hide behind a tree.
No trees in the field, dog.
I'll find a rock.
I'm sure you will.
We-
So
I go
the
away.
castaways begin kind of meandering into town and mixing with the people there, greeting them and welcoming them. Among them you see Amanzi, this hood up gunner, kind of helping people along, and they wave at you as they're helping people to find a place to rest, to eat, to get clean, perhaps new clothes. Once you make your way across the bridge, over the ravine below that leads out to the beach, and back through town, winding down the hill. As you reach the bottom of the hill, there's a guard post off to the side, and before you can see this massive field that runs almost as far as the eye can see. But at the edge, there's a thick forest, and above the forest, along the tree line, are the snow-capped mountains that not too long ago you were deep beneath.
As we pass the guard tower, is there a guard up there?
Let me switch this and give you a visual.
Oh.
You guys
As we
can,
pass,
you guys can see that, right?
yes.
Yeah.
On pulse.
As we pass the guard tower, Nim is going to call up to the guard. Hello up there.
As you're calling up to the guard tower from behind you. I'm over here.
Hello over there.
Turn around. As you turn around, sitting up on a large rock, kind of his elbows propped up on his knees, his armor is kind of undone, and the breeze is blowing his hair. Hello. How can I help you all?
I would recommend, my friend, that you go back up into your tower. And the reason I say that, this is not a threat or anything like that. We're going to have a big companion arriving pretty soon. And it might be best if you kind of just hunker down. I would put your armor back on and get in the tower.
You see him like kind of pulling some of the strings tight.
You know, she's gonna point to Celine. She's like, you know, she's here. She's a friend, right, of Lastland. You might not know her. She means good news. I mean for you to be safe. So I need you to get in the tower, please. We're kind of on a timer. She looks up at the moon.
He's gonna be afraid of the moon forever now.
The moon. The guard's like,
The moon, and I take the moon.
if you say so, at your leave. And he hops down, straightens his armor up, and brushes his butt off.
I make a flower and give it to him.
Nim extends a gold.
These are quite nice, thank you. I guess.
It's a
Take it to
lily.
salute. Salute.
Fuck you too, buddy. Guess don't die, because then I'm probably gonna die. And he tucks the flower in his armor and puts the gold in his pocket.
That
You may-
is the goal.
Makes his way around and disappears in the tower.
Nim is going to walk all the way out of Shunda.
Oh, we're hooked arms.
Yeah.
And before you, like, whatever you, like, let me know before what happens is going to happen. Let me know, okay?
She's gonna hold out an iron flask, and she's like, "All I have to do is pop a top."
You should read the
Oh.
item.
Yeah,
We're doing
cards.
it right here.
Should
Is
read
this
the item
where we're
description.
doing it?
It's me, it's me.
This is where we're gonna do it, though, right?
I thought you were offering me a drink.
Nim, what's your favorite color?
Blue?
Okay. And she makes a flower, and it's a blue corn flower. Here you go.
Tucks it into her hair.
Serious question. Is this where you're going to bring her out?
Right. We're far enough from the town.
I don't know. I don't know if this was what the Gleeman was talking about. Gleeman, is this what you were talking about?
Yeah.
Okay,
You
cool.
should probably at least move far enough away from the guard tower that if she like goes like it's not like onto the tower, you know.
Yeah, I kind of have a better idea. And Dante will saunter off to the side here. Get up against a tree bush and go hide in plain sight.
Roll stealth check.
You're
Do you have
the
anything?
howl hiding behind
I
me.
grab you, Nim, and take you with me.
Oh, all right.
Dante, you should have a feature to where if you spend, I think it's like a minute in nature, you can hide yourself, and it probably gives you, give you advantage on stealth?
It's the hide in plain sight is what it was. I can spend 1 minute creating camouflage for myself. Must have access to fresh mud, dirt, plant, soot, and other natural or occurring materials, so I can create camouflage. Once I am camouflaged this way, I can hide by pressing myself up against a solid surface, such as a tree or wall, that is as least tall and wide as I am. And I gain plus 10 bonus to dexterity stealth checks as long as I remain there without moving or taking actions. But once I move or action or reaction, I must camouflage again to gain the benefit.
All right, so you guys look over as Dante kind of like jogs over the trees and begins like smearing mud on his scales and like sticking branches and sticking leaves on it.
Look, I'm Ray.
You say that. Roll a stealth check and add 10.
He throws up his hood and just becomes.
Look, I'm
It's been
Ray.
a long time since I've played that game.
So that would be 12 plus 10 would be 22, right?
Is that
Plus your
with
dex.
Oh yeah, plus my dex. Hold on.
that any
Unless
of your...
you are proficient in stealth. Then it's more.
Yeah, what's your stealth modifier?
I was looking at 8. So 12 plus 8 plus 10. So a lot.
30?
Yeah.
Another 30. Fuck yeah, high level D&D. Look, I'm Ray! And he like flips his hood up and stops moving. He just... Dante's gone.
I see him.
That's nice. That's a nice trick.
It's really hard
Anyways.
to do.
Harding's kind of like,
So,
Uncle, I don't know what I want to do. I guess I'll sit. Oop. I guess I'll sit on this rock. And Gleeman's like, all right. He kind of starts puttering over behind y'all. See him kind of glance over at the woods. Directly at you, Dante.
so Nim is going to she's going to kneel down on the ground and pull the bag of holding around in front of her, and she's going to take out baby dragon scales and a tooth necklace that
Y'all
were
have
left.
baby dragon skills?
Yes.
Should tell that story.
That were left behind from Reed, and she's gonna place them on the ground, and she is going to also take out a potion that she prepared a while back, if you remember, just in case, and she's gonna put it on like a holster on her belt, so she can just if she needs it. Don't worry about it for now. And then she is going to pull out the draconian flask, and she's going to hold her hand over the top of it.
Hal would like to cast a spell.
She's not doing anything yet. So you can.
Hal wants to cast a spell.
Okay.
Hal wants to cast glibness on himself.
Ooh, what does glibness do? What level is
Until the
that?
spell ends, when you make it's level 8.
Oh.
When you make a charisma check, you can replace the number you roll with a 15, and no matter what you say, magic that would determine if you're telling the truth indicates that you are being truthful.
How long
Wow.
does that last?
An hour.
Oh.
You look over
What?
and Hal is casting a spell. You're not sure what.
It's just
I
verbal.
have like a minute.
I said, well, shit.
In Draconic.
Hey, Nim,
Yes.
do I have 30 seconds or so? Okay, I'm gonna run over to Harding. I'm gonna give her the staff that we've been using in our secret meditations. And I'm gonna say, just in case. And I'm gonna hand it to her. And then do like a little gust of wind. You know, the meditations we've been doing, you know, to help her calm the, you know.
Mm-hmm.
The party doesn't know, but you know. It's been a daily secret meditation thing, okay?
Mhm.
So she just kind of like does a quick little gust spell, you know, like a little cantrip type thing, and says, okay, just in case. Here you go.
And what are you giving her?
The staff that has the briny smell, you know?
Oh, your sea stick.
Yeah, my quarterstaff that the fisherman gave me that smells like the sea.
She's kind of like, thank you for your fishy stick. Shing. Got my sword and a fishy stick. Yes, this would be great. Thank you.
To breathe. Yes, with the breathing.
Reminds me of
Not
that
that-
one girl. No, go ahead.
I'm gonna
I
go
saw
back
that
over
coming.
here.
I'm trying to embody Harding. Leave me alone.
You're doing it magnificently. It's scary.
All right. He did so good at Callan too. Oh my gosh. Okay. I just
Come
needed
back.
Harding to hold that staff.
You look
Okay,
over and
great.
she's like, no one saw that. Leave me alone.
It's scary. He plays Harding better than Harding.
No, I could not.
No,
I've just been listening
he
to
couldn't.
OG. I've been listening to the podcast at OG Harding. It's like in my brain.
Did a little too well. It's scary. I'm sorry.
So Nim is holding the bottle. It is a flask, and she is holding it like this with her hand over the top of it. From my understanding, I have to open this, and there is a chance, based on the fact that Reed was, from Hal's retelling, quite fucked up. There's a chance that she could still be in a fighting mood. I don't know anything else besides that.
Are you gonna do that while you're sitting down?
I have to be here to open it and let her out. I was going to say, if you guys wanted to get at a safe distance, you could, with Dante Tree over there.
I'm gonna stand in between you and her instead.
Because I am going to try to talk to her, and these items, she's gonna point to the dragon scales and the tooth necklace that has a very tiny, suspiciously tiny, very sharp tooth on it in the very middle, because it was the very first tooth. I have some
You know,
things to barter
Nim,
with her.
I mean, maybe you should allow me to talk to them. Maybe if she sees you, she's going to be pissed off.
Okay. I'm just saying, I don't know what she's got planned.
Yeah, but I mean, you know,
We might have to calm her down first, then we can talk. We have to get her. We have to calm her first.
so why would she be so like in such a bad mood?
Reed. She wanted Reed because Reed killed her child.
What a terrible person.
The child tried to kill Reed,
No, self-defense. Okay, so much.
and Reed was trying to help baby dragon. I didn't really get the rundown. It was just that the dragon was sick and crazy and tried to attack Reed. But I don't know. Anyways,
Yeah, I mean, 3 weeks ago I wouldn't have believed dragons exist. So it's all new territory for me.
all right. Is this where everybody wants to stand?
And you're gonna stay on the ground,
Yes.
kneeling.
Yes.
I'm going to kneel in front of her, like right here, kind of like over, like so she's blocked a little bit.
Okay.
Wait, where is the dragon gonna go?
I don't know how to ping, but it is like diagonally from you.
Like there?
Where? Yeah, like there.
And
Yes.
you don't want to
Okay,
go
yeah,
more center
that'll
map?
be-
You want to go edge of map?
As far away as possible.
You don't want him to be able to blow breath onto the guard tower where that innocent guy is.
Right.
I'm
Cannon
gonna
fodder.
be in between Nim and the dragon, where the dragon can still see Nim, right? So the dragon knows what's happening, kind of. But like I'm kind of like there, kind of just kneeling in front of to the side of.
Does the item say how far away when a creature is released they
It
land?
doesn't even say anything about releasing. It just says that I don't have to be attuned, and like it is only one dragon at a time. Like that's all that it says.
It doesn't say the command word or anything like that in the description?
I didn't attune to it because it didn't have to, so
I mean,
I don't know the command word.
Oh, I thought it was written in the item description.
It says once attuned, the user knows the command word to activate its power. Use an action to speak the command word, targeting the dragon. I
You have to
it
attune to it to
trap
learn it, and then unattune.
No, the big thing is you have to attune in order to trap a dragon with it. That way you can't just pass it around, kind of thing.
It just
But to
it
release it,
just-
anyone can just kind of pop it. I feel like there was a command word, but let's just say you know it. Let's get past that.
It says when released, the dragon will remember and likely be very angry.
Yeah.
So it doesn't say how far.
So I imagine
says-
it'll probably be within 30 to 60 feet. I mean, dragons are big. You know, you just pop it out and it's like immediately crushed. End of story. That would be dumb. Kitty.
Good night, everybody.
Hey, goodbye, everybody. We love you.
Turns out it's not the
Great
pre-finale, it's the finale.
This is the end of the campaign.
PPK.
TPK, all crushed by a dragon.
Not the
For
tree. The
Dante.
tree survives.
Dante's
Tree
like-
survives.
And he's over there waving and
while I stay
everyone's crushed and he's like, well, shit. And his stealth immediately breaks. Like, oh, fuck. Running through the trees.
She
As
sees me.
Nim
Oh
gets-
shit.
As Nim gets ready to open the flesh, she's gonna look to the Gleeman and be like, be ready. be ready with your spell. She's gonna turn to Hal. Be ready to get out of the way. I trust you to speak, but we need to calm her first.
Okay.
And Celine, be careful.
Okay.
So as Nim looks at the flask, she's going to grab the two items on the ground and she's gonna stand slightly, or not stand, but like lift up on her knees, and she's gonna open the flask
Mm-hmm.
and like throw it like she's trying to splash water and say the command word.
Awak, I choose you as you throw the Pokeball. As you unstop her, the iron flask, and mumble magical words. There's a flash of arcane energy. Fills all of your vision. And slowly growing before you is the form of an ancient green dragon. We'll see what happens when we come back from break.
Let's go.
We'll be back in just a few minutes.
once was an old named Wimbley owns who worked all the day long. One day he said, fuck, I've had enough, and walked off into the woods. He found him a stump and he sat right down and stared at the sky for a bit. He sipped on a brew, let the daisies bloom, and said, well, this life's the shit. He marched back home with a jug in hand and shouted for all to hear, I claim this day to drink and play, let Wednesday bring the cheer. It's Wednesday, Wednesday, hoist up the ale. Skip all your duties, let leisure prevail. Fuck yeah! Wednesday, no work and only play. Hey, hey, hey. Raise your mugs to Wednesday. Now gnomes near and far all know the tale of Wimbley, bold and brash. They down their tools, abandon rules, and plunge in the mead with a splash. From mountain halls to shady towns, they cheer at week's sweet end. For every soul, from mine to knoll, knows Wednesday is a friend. It's Wednesday, Wednesday, hoist up the ale. Skip all your duties, let leisure prevail. Fuck yeah! Wednesday, no work and only play. Hey, 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 raise your mugs to Wednesday. It's Wednesday, Wednesday, hoist up the ale. Skip all your duties, let leisure prevail. Fuck yeah! Wednesday, no work and only play. Hey, 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 raise your mugs to Wednesday. Hey, 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 raise your mugs to Wednesday. To Wednesday. Wednesday, Wednesday.
And we are back. It's so quiet, I have to push the button for the music.
There's the music.
There's the music. I forgot I had paused it. So I didn't have the video and the music playing in my ear and driving me crazy. Alright. You guys have schemed a little bit above the table on break. I love watching that. It makes me happy. It makes me happy watching you guys trying to figure things out. So, last we left, Nibia had pulled the stopper from the top of the draconian iron flask, and releasing the ancient green dragon, Sylvie, also known as Awak. A long time thorn in your side, villain, though at times she's helped you. I'll leave it at that for now. But as you pull the stopper, and the flash fills your eyes, the form of this hulking green dragon appears before you in the field. What would you like to do?
Nim's hands are up, like in a surrender motion.
Mm-hmm.
Celine looks
And-
peaceful. Zen.
And Nim is going to call out, and she's gonna use thaumaturgy to kind of make her voice a little bit louder. And she's gonna say, Awak, you have completed your task. You have gotten revenge. Reed is dead. She's gone. And I have an offer.
Wait. Hold on. Namiya, please. You have to give this magnificent creature its due. Pardon me, but what is your formal dragon name? He'll ask in Draconic. I want to make sure that these individuals know that we're in the presence of magnificence. So please, what do they call you in your tongue?
She turns, I'm gonna feet on the ground, facing you, kind of sitting like a cat, back arched, and the frill standing on her head as her eyes are squinting and her teeth are bared. Behind you, you hear the Gleeman muttering. You see him toss a bit of quartz. And you hear him cast a spell. And then he leans forward and whispers, "We should be safe." The dragon takes a step forward and leans in very close to Hal. To a
Hal
point.
will take a step forward as well. Hands, on his musical instruments, and move forward. I don't know what happened in the past, great beast, but please, let us not have hostilities here at the outset. We have released you to let you free in this world, but this world's on the timer, and so we need some answers. If your magnificence, what was what does your brethren call you, so I can tell these puny people what you might actually be called?
She turns her head slightly, side-eyeing you, looking at you closely. And she says, "You know quite well what I'm called, human, if you travel with them. But if you must, I am Awak."
I mean, that is what these little beings call you, but what do your brethren call you? What do those who fly in the skies with you call you?
So long since I've flown with brethren.
Is she also speaking in Draconic?
Yes.
Darn it!
Dante's over there like, I know what she's saying.
Who's also, I know what he's saying.
Everyone knows but me. I bet you that the Gleeman and Harding even know.
I don't think Harding knows.
Harding's like picking her teeth with her buster sword. She like rubbing it on her teeth. Are you looping music? Yes, you are. No, that name is not for you.
Very well. I mean, if the world was to know, I guess they could be just referring kind of coarsely as Awak. To be honest, that doesn't grant one of your magnificence. It just sounds crude in the common tongue. Apologize.
A kind gesture, but Awak is my name.
Very well. We will call you Awak Dragon.
And so be it.
So, you haven't killed us yet, and I hope that you don't kill us now. So, we've come to bargain and barter. Your freedom for a day, as this world is supposed to end tomorrow, for information around the curse, information from us around what the Order planned to do with you once you completed your task. They were going to try to kill you, and a song to live in memory of your magnificence. And then maybe some help to prevent the world from being destroyed by Erros, maybe? Is that right? Is that it?
That is correct, yes.
So what say you, great beast?
I need a moment. And she turns. She takes a couple steps. She doesn't move far.
Nim, what are they saying? What's happening? I don't know any words.
Nim gives her like a quick rundown. Awak,
What's her favorite color?
Assuming green.
Awak, as proof of your task to killing Reed, she once taunted you with a tooth and scales from your young, and I have them. We also have proof in writing that the cult that infiltrated the Order were going to try to betray you. You saved me once. You warned us once.
At the mention of Reed, her head snaps back around towards you.
Wait, hold on, hang on, hold on.
Her eyes
Still speaking in Draconic?
She's switched to common at this point.
Okay.
Awak has as
Nim
well.
is common.
Her eyes snap and lock onto Nim as she mentions Reed. And she turns again and takes a step back towards you. And as she does, her form begins to shift, shrink. And as it does, standing before you is the humanoid, Sylvie. Probably more right there. Her frill falls into long black hair. Her eyes are this glowing bright green. Her great leathery wings have now shifted into this green leather cloak. You still wonder if that's your lost cloak, Nim.
Wow, she's pretty hot. I mean, thank you for gracing us with your humanoid form.
She's-
so funny that
appreciate
I was thinking the same thing. So
That happens. She kind of winks at Hal and looks to Nim again. Believe it or not, I didn't kill Reed.
Pardon?
The flask you hold. She tried to trap me within it. But it seems whoever gave it to her fooled her, and there was already something inside. And as it was freed, it lashed out at her. And in the moments that I blinked, she was gone. So, before we continue with your accusations and the begging and the pleading and the schmoozing as she looks to Hal and winks again, let's make sure we have things straight.
You warned us of the tomes before. They didn't feel right. The same person that employed you to kill that village, halfling village, was using you and planned to kill you after. And steal your heart.
Oh, I'm well aware. It's been 40 years, at least. Why do you think? Well, beyond your friend killing my second-born, why do you think I raised Balan to the ground?
Nim's gonna stand, leaving the teeth necklace and the grain scales on the ground on like a small piece of cloth. She placed it very like ceremoniously, very carefully, and she's going to step over it. Like very purposefully not to disturb it.
I'll stand too. Still zen.
The world might end tomorrow. And I am here to ask for help.
I mean,
Those
be quite frank, we're here to beg for help.
who were to betray you in the likeness of the Ordo brought back Erros.
So that fucker's back, huh?
Yes.
That's... Not great. So what do you intend to do?
We have a wish and some tomes. And a few gods at our side. Or backs. If there's
Hopefully,
any
hopefully a green dragon too. Like, that would be super helpful. You know?
something tells me that the Order has the history of dragons wrong.
Something tells me they have no real history at all.
I would like, if it so pleases you, to rewrite that. And to get it right this time.
I mean, what is history if the world is ended?
Exactly.
What help would you ask?
At this, she's gonna look to Hal. And to Celine.
And Dante. Is it
She
true?
doesn't look back at Dante.
And Dante.
She looks.
Just to
She
set
also
the-
looks. She also looks back to the Gleeman.
We should tell the truth. We should make sure we spread the stories. Like, they'll look back and glance at Gleeman and say, we should spread those stories like they were actually told, not what we were told they were told.
Celine will step forward and kind of point back to Nim. I don't know where this invisible barrier that apparently exists that she doesn't know about ends at.
It's about as far as you can go.
Yeah, she
You don't know
status
that,
bar.
but
Well, she can't. She wasn't planning on joining spaces with her, so that's
you lean
fine.
forward. And your face.
Oh, sorry. It's
Yeah.
my bad. No. She kind of points back to Nim and says, well, you know, she's all about books. I'm sure she could write one. He's all about songs. That can be... Music can traverse time fairly easily. And if I still survive after this and continue in my path, I will live for thousands of years more. So the dragons true story will be told everywhere. If you join us, maybe for the next day and a half or so.
Lots of ifs in that statement. If,
Yeah, we kind of have to live.
If the world, if this, if that. Empty promises. We've done this once before in the woods. We
If I
talked.
remember correctly,
Do you?
in the woods,
Hmm?
you admitted to killing a village
Hmm?
and then attacked.
I think you're forgetting that you attacked first.
That was before we knew all of the information. I mean, I wasn't there anyways, so I wasn't involved. But she just learned stuff like last week.
Yes, yes, elf. Guilty by association. What would you ask of me? I will not fight with you. But I suppose I could help you some way, as I have once before. But I will not fight a god. That's your fight, not mine. Dragons are too few, and magic is too precious in this world.
This world won't exist in 2 days' time. So whatever happens now between us will not matter in 2 or 3 days if we are unsuccessful in what we do. So anything you can give us would be of great benefit. And if you don't want to fight because you think you're going to die, then you're going to die in 2 days anyways.
I don't fear death. I'm just abhorred at the thought of fighting alongside you.
I mean, look at me, I'm handsome.
That is true. You are
A little bit vain.
the best.
You're so polite, so kind. That's why I wanted your real name. I could call you later.
Call me Sylvie.
Sylvie. Sylvie, okay.
What would you ask for help?
We have 2 questions.
Go on.
We have keys to the Coracora, or, well, the Coracora are the keys.
You possess, yes.
Several.
The hearts of dragons, yes.
You can teach us how to use them to unlock a door, i.e. the tomes. Or if you can give any insight, that would be useful. 2, if you have any information on the curse laid down by your brethren, anything to have it undone, to release the constraints of it. How to make it right.
You ask much. As I'm sure you know, the Ordo and Decorum, as they call themselves, and dragons were once friends, allies, fighting the abominations and the evils of the world, the extraplanar creatures crawling through from the astral sea or other dark dimensions. We fought with them. We helped them keep this world safe. And then a young member among them rose to the rank of elder. You know him as Erros. and the paradigm of the Order shifted, and dragons were no longer friends. When he discovered our secret Heart of Hearts, we became prey. And together, all of dragonkind wove a spell through the weave to curse the Ordo. With dragons being so few, the weave of magic growing thin, it's likely that curse can only be broken once dragonkind has been restored to some semblance. And as I understand, you've not helped that process, as you hold how many hearts?
He was saying 4 because earlier he said that Celine had Hal's heart. It's 3.
I was like,
We have 3.
Celine's gonna take all the hearts.
I suppose you took these hearts by slaying the dragons, yes?
2 of them, yes. A third was gifted.
The one in the staff you hold.
Yes.
Morgana has long been dead. She was the greatest of us, from what I understand.
If we can free the other beings without destroying the hearts, then maybe our wish could be to restore dragons. She says that, not looking at the dragon in front of her, because she just shared a secret that I don't think we've said yet. You know, she was just saying it to Nim.
Tante's like, oh damn.
I feel like the hearts might be used to restore the dragons, so like I don't want the hearts to be destroyed in the process of freeing the gods.
We just learned that the group that we've been fighting so hard for is personally everything I'm against. And I want to make it right. And yes, Sylvie, we've wronged you in the past. And no amount of apologies or groveling or offering could make that right. What I do ask is, let us move forward into a better choice. That's it.
If you teach us, maybe we can restore dragons.
Well, your dragon-slaying halfling isn't here. And it seems, and she drags a finger, it's a long fingernail, across the force field in front of you. It doesn't seem like I'm getting close to you for a moment. As I've said, I will not fight with you.
Fine.
There's more food pop in the Christmas.
I don't know what else I could give you. I don't know. I can see these beacons, this power on all of you now. Last time there were 3, and now I see... She glances over towards the trees. There are 5. It's such power. I've thought long about the last time we met. And I'd hoped to have a more civil conversation with your small friend. But you know that's not really her bag. But she's gone, and we are not. The power you all hold is greater than... It kind of catches in her throat for a second. Greater than even mine. These powerful things you possess in the hearts of dragons, I don't know how they work together. Tell me what you know. Perhaps I'll have some insight to help you. Perhaps not.
What we saw before, there was a Kurakurda placed on an open tome and cantations spoken aloud. As to what they were or what they did, it just... the magic flashed? It flared.
Definitely flashed too.
It flashed. And the heart shattered, disintegrated.
Even the power of what you carry cannot break a dragon heart. And Hal, in the back of your mind, you hear the deep, purring voice of Eravendel confirm what she says. And she's right. No magic. Well, it would take the greatest of magics to destroy a dragon's heart. The voice stills for a second, as if thinking and searching. No. That heart is not gone. It's here. Within this tome. With me.
It did trade places.
Dante, as you're swaying as a tree, you hear the familiar voice of Dad. Wow, man, this is crazy.
Oh shit.
How do you keep getting into this stuff?
Kind of just falls into place. Oh, quick introduction, old man. Yeah, that's the dragon I pissed off the first time I met him.
Yeah, I figured as much, man.
Note to self, don't call dragon bitch. Got it.
Better than that, don't.
That's crazy.
Better than that, don't call anyone a bitch. That's probably safe. Just take that as a lesson from me. I'm gonna shut up now. We gotta watch this.
Got you. I'll keep swaying.
Just keep swaying. I'm a tree with a stealth of 30.
As if kind of like thinking like heavily about what she's saying, Nim kind of starts to pace back and forth like she's thinking. What if instead of if the tomes hold more than just gods, what if we break the tomes? Tomes are essentially cages, are they not? In turn, that would release the hearts. Also the gods?
The Gleeman moves up and joins the conversation. From what I can tell, it would take greater magic than we possess to break the tomes as well.
Let there be a way to do both.
So this Sylvie, still kind of raking her claw against the wall of force, absent-mindedly, making sure it's still there. This heart that was destroyed, because Hal, you didn't share what Ervindel said, did you?
Not yet.
Okay. This heart that was destroyed, supposedly, what color was it? could you see?
It's glass.
Ah, rare. Quite rare. World Ender. In the book. The tome, the powerful thing, the cat butthole, as it were. Winking on camera.
Looked into my
Oh, and we're back to the booty hole jokes. Great.
We've circled back to the middle of the campaign. Yes, I love it. Somebody bonk me. Spend those channel points. Thank you, Roddy. It's been so long since I've been properly bonked.
The spell.
I'm sorry, say that again?
And Celine feel for the bounds of the spell since she sees the,
You can see, like when she rakes her finger kind of across it, there is this kind of magical essence, I'd say. You can kind of tell where it is. It's almost right in front of you. It's breaking the bounds between your personal space and Sylvie's, since you're right beside each other. See, what was she saying before cat butthole? Distraction.
Something about it being destroyed.
Yeah.
It's rare.
The heart of World Ender, yes, looks of glass. And what did the powerful object look like?
Sorry.
Kitty cat. Meow. Random cat runs across the field, like right through this. What's going on here?
See, Dad? Weird shit happens all the time.
Are you speaking of the tome?
I suppose if that is what these objects are you carry.
It was blue.
It looked like a book made of glass. Sort of. He has it.
Glass heart. For a glass book. It seems pretty simple to me.
Well, there's a slight issue with that. If we are to free or restore the dragons, we have to free all of the books, all of the gods within the books, and we're missing one. But maybe there's a way we could work together and protect you. We could try to figure it out.
You speak of restoring dragons as if you could actually do something.
I'm gonna write in the book real quick. Hey, would that work as a wish? Would it work?
There's only one way
I don't want to lie to her.
Sylvie goes on. There's really only one way to restore dragons. It's to make more dragons.
To breed. I mean,
If you'd like me to be crass, as I've heard you all be, dragons need fucking to make more dragons. Dante's like, this tree is like, this tree is like shaking like.
Inside my head, I go, I volunteer as tribute.
Oh. What does the book say?
What did you ask the book again?
Is it, can we use the wish to help restore the dragons?
You feel the warm hand that you felt in your hugs on your back. No. No, my child. Dragons can only restore themselves, as she just said.
Maybe we could create a super safe space and like have a beacon that calls them all to the same spot so they can start.
Are you trying to organize a dragon orgy?
I don't know.
That's what it sounds like, but
Would that help?
Can they talk to each other randomly? Like, I don't know how that works.
Possibly.
would that help?
I mean, you know,
God.
would it help?
How do we always get here?
It's almost midnight.
It is.
Lean and her Tome. Best friend. Just besties on a night out.
We like warm hugs.
Technically, it's still pre-lunch, so technically it's early enough for mimosas.
You look over and Harding's like drinking heavily. Yeah, go you guys. The whoa, the Wildfather. You feel the book close of its own accord in your hand, Celine, and you feel the Wildfather speak into your mind directly. No need for writing words. Let us speak. Free me. Us. Please.
That's code for the DM being like, dear God, guys, you're hanging on one thing.
And y'all
There
help
is some good
them.
RP.
That's definitely what we're planning on doing. That's the number one.
If you say so. I trust you. You feel the warm embrace.
Aww.
So our wish stays the same then. We restore the gods. We still have to figure out what happened. Because if we release the gods, Erros is still out. Fight him or we place another trap for him to get out again later.
Sylvie,
Yes, Elf.
oh, my name is Celine. She's
Going
going to
to
use
go
Misty
up.
Step to step outside of the boundary and hold out her hand to shake her hand. I don't need a path from one place to another. I just need to see it.
Yep, you can definitely teleport through it. So you watch as Celine, surrounded by mist, disappears and appears beside Sylvie. You hold your hand out. She swings her head over to you.
Was that her holding out her hand?
Sorry, camera angles.
Yes. Yeah.
Hmm.
She'll shake her hand.
She squeezes entirely too hard.
Yes, I am very weak. So even if you just use like your normal human body strength, that probably still strong handshake. I forgot what I was gonna say. Darn it! Hold on.
Lost in the sauce. I love it.
I know, I was so excited about just Misty stepping next to her and everybody being like, Celine, what are you doing? You know?
His eyes are real wide.
This cat is just sitting in the field like, it's like,
okay.
that's cool. I'm gonna go now. I'll go over here.
Well, I wish there were. I wish there were a way that we could help your kind connect again, to help restore the dragons, but we can't do that.
You could stop killing us for one.
Oh, well, yeah, that's our 100. Yeah, we're no more. For sure.
That was the plan.
Yeah.
If I decide to kill you now, then that's good to know. Thanks.
Well, we still have to change you might want to keep us alive so that we can initiate the whole like don't kill dragons thing, you know.
You get to enjoy Oblivion alone.
But the only way to free the gods would be we can't really use the hearts because we can't do it that way. But you had said that you would offer us help. What kind of assistance were you thinking about offering us in this endeavor?
I asked you that question. What could I offer? It seems... Let me ask this. You said you had 3 hearts.
Yes.
What hearts do you have?
The only one we are missing would be, and she holds out the green one.
And reaches into the bag of holding and pulls out 2 other core cordas.
But I want you to be able to, keep your heart and stay alive and not have it absorbed into the book, right? That's not really helping with what we want to happen. So if you did lend us your heart, could you get it back if it went into the book?
I don't know.
Okay, yeah, then we definitely... How does that work? You said it can be gifted? That's so weird. I mean, if you reached in and grabbed my heart, I would die. But you were saying that, other hearts could be gifted. And she said it.
So you have the heart of... You have the purple
She'll
heart.
look over at Nim.
And I see you have a white. And a lesser red.
There's the glass heart in this glass book, by the way. I mean, that's what they're in Arvin. Damn, forgot what they said. That's what
you're speaking with
the god of dragons told me about before. Ervindor.
You're speaking with Aravindo?
Yeah, they're talking in my head. It's a little awkward.
He's with you?
You didn't say anything this whole time?
Why are you mad at me?
Not mad. She's holding a cat.
She steps over and she pushes against the force field towards you, Hal. He's with you?
Put my hand.
He's here? He's He's not gone?
No. Like, he's
He
in the
helped.
book.
Can he help restore you? Dragon kind.
Yes. He's the keeper. He's the keeper of the hearts. I shouldn't tell you this, but I'm sure, since he is with you, sexy human man. I can't remember your name.
My friends call me Hal, so you could call me Hal.
How?
Like, maybe we could become friends later.
Doubtful, but we'll see.
Probable.
If he is with you, then I'm sure he'll tell you at some point. So I'll tell you what I shouldn't. Though dragon souls reside within their Corda, their heart of hearts, most dragon souls, when they die, go to his realm of Coruscant, where he keeps them, and we live forever. Sorry, I go to say something and I'm like, nope, that's not, nope. I'm gonna say it anyway.
Can't
Can't
use
say
that
Can't say
word.
it. Yeah, can't use that one either. It's past midnight. Go ahead.
It's not even like that. It's something else. Since he's been gone.
Since he's been gone.
There it is. Exactly. I didn't necessarily fear death, but I didn't know what would happen to me, and the loss of my daughter was more difficult, not knowing if she made it.
Maybe he could ask.
In the grand scheme, that's not important in this moment.
I mean, it is to you.
Later, perhaps. Can you... She kind of leans around Hal. Can you tell your friend, the tree,
You mean Ray?
just sighs.
I did name a tree Ray. He didn't have a name.
You would, elf. She leans over again. Oh, Dante.
Son of a bitch. Well, here
What was
goes
that?
nothing. Hold on, Dad.
The
He's
first
not
thing you
your
say,
child.
the first thing you say is "son of a bitch," and she's like, "What was that?"
Well, hell. Well, over the limbs and past the grass, dear gods, please don't let this dragon eat my ass.
I mean,
She's
I
hot.
thought you were volunteering. Like, I'm confused.
Dante, as you get to about right here, you run into this force field.
Ow! What the fluff?
You're just like
Walk around
dragon snoot
the
Ow.
outside.
around the outside.
Around the
Around the
outside.
outside.
Around the outside.
I walked around the outside.
So
Now
you're
I'm
like-
standing.
Dante's
staring at
awkwardly
her.
miming, finding his way around the outside. Hello again.
Hello.
So this is the second time I've seen you since the time I told you I would kill you if I saw you again.
Yeah, about that. I'm sorry for my previous actions. I have grown and learned a little bit. And please don't eat me.
I see that your physique is quite different.
I've gone through some changes.
I can smell that.
Is it a good smell?
Cindercap smile, kind of all the time.
He needs some lotion, to be honest, but
Ha ha, how I've missed you.
I haven't missed you.
Sylvie, what's your favorite color?
Seriously.
Green, obviously. Probably.
Don't assume. I pull out all of the seeds I have and I make like 7 flowers for her and hand it to her. Is it one of these?
No.
Pink?
My favorite color you couldn't even perceive. Elf.
Sounds like a challenge.
Good.
I'm gonna form a flower out of water and freeze it and hand it to her.
I'm gonna make an iridescent flower. Okay.
It only lasts an hour, I'm sorry. It's not really alive.
Well, that's disappointing.
I know.
So, Dante, this powerful glowing thing in your pants.
He'll kind of like stop
Let's
for a
get
minute and be like, oh, book?
Yes. I don't know what
Okay.
you were assuming. Crass.
Why do I all of a sudden like hear like my dad laughing in the back of my head like
You do. You definitely do. He's cackling.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Holds up the book.
Have you tried the white with the white? The glass with the glass? Seemed to work.
No. Not that I'm aware of. Not that I can remember.
So you have white. The glass. The lesser red will not do. I suppose if you have Ravinda on your side, I could lend you my heart. That is the end of my help for you. And just know that I will, if you survive, when this is over, I will return for it.
I will try to take care of it.
We'll see. You watch as she holds her hand over her face and mouth. This glowing light appears, radiating from behind her hand. And she holds out before you this grapefruit-sized green Korakorda, pulsing with light and filled with energy. This takes great trust. The only way that I do this is knowing that the greatest of all dragons is among you.
Celine will hold out her hand and say, and maybe over the centuries I can gain your trust for real and not just because of the company we have.
Perhaps one day we can be friends. She places it in your hand.
She holds it with both hands and kind of just holds it in front of her against her body to stabilize it so she's protecting it.
Dante all of a sudden have the feeling of going over there to touch it.
Ow.
No, to see if it still works. As a jest of good faith, I turn myself to a green dragonborn.
Oh, okay.
Yeah! Remember, I can still do that.
Eyes Dante as he approaches and touches it.
I forgot
me.
about that.
Trust me.
Dante walks forward. Damn it, I'm gonna have to make
I
a new
do,
token.
but-
I'm gonna have to make a new token for you, you fucker.
I will have to protect this over you. So
It's okay.
Dante just lightly touches the Korakorda, and you see Sylvie kind of at it. But as Dante touches it, you watch the scales ripple up his arm from purple as his form shifts, and he is now a green dragonborn.
did that hurt you? I won't let him touch it again.
I just really don't like him.
Oh, okay. I
Okay.
rub the part off that he touched.
She starts kicking her leg. I'm kidding. Totally kidding.
Try another spot.
As a sign of good faith, I mask myself as the strongest dragon that I know.
Flattery. You do look better that way, I must say.
Thank you.
See if my heart will work with your book.
I'm so scared. You said that the heart will still be there, and there's a dragon that collects them. Okay. You said the red one isn't gonna work?
It's too young, I'm afraid. Unless, I don't know.
She starts thinking in her head. So to bring y'all back, will these hearts help, do we need to try to use the wish and the hearts and it'll, make y'all even stronger? But she's not gonna say anything else. She
that
will
the
look to
reason-
Nim.
Is this the reason why magic is so few? Is our magic tied to your kind?
History and magic would take quite some time. But in short, yes. When this world was formed long ago, the goddess Mistra, also known as Gahim, wove the magic of this world, the weave, and tied it to that of the hearts of dragons. And in these past centuries, as dragons have fallen, so too magic is weakened.
When we restore the gods, the dragons will recover slowly. We make it through tomorrow.
Hopefully. With the gods restored, well, with the gods gone for so long, that even more than the slaughtering of dragons has hurt the magic of the world. With the gods, magic will return some. With Eravendil free, he will help us if we've not fallen too far from his graces. How you feel this deep, satisfied purr.
We're on the right track. I think we're moving in the right direction. I think what you just said was exactly what we wanted to or need to do. So you're getting warmer.
If everyone is ready to make a wish, Nim's going to step closer to Sylvie. Say, we make it through tomorrow. I will use the rest of my very short mortal life to immortalize what has happened here today, to prove that dragons are more than what history has written them to be. It's not much, but it's what I can do. And I'm sorry for what my friend did. I'm gonna hold out my tome. And I'm gonna kind of look around and just wait.
So, Celine, what are you doing? Are you trying to combine the two?
She was holding the heart, and then he said that we could just talk in our head to each other, so I just started talking in my head to him. She's like, okay, so from what I understand, it's gonna not destroy the heart, and it's gonna release you? But what is the wish gonna be used for?
As you're kind of rambling in your mind,
Yeah.
you feel the warm embrace, not physically on your body, but on your mind, like calm.
Yeah. Oh, I completely understood what you meant.
Yeah.
She's fine with that. She mentally hugs him back.
Yeah. Mental hug.
Yeah. We're super close.
He responds, calm. No, it will not be destroyed. It will become one with this prison. It will make my freedom easier, but it will not free me.
Hey,
Key.
Nim, these just help it get with the wish. Just, yeah.
Keys open locks. But you must open the doors.
What does that mean for the one that we can't use?
Maybe it only helps a little bit, like it's a quarter turn. You know?
The one that we want
He
released?
said that it would help his release, so it might just be harder for that one to be released.
I'm gonna think too. The make sure to.
Oh, I'm talking to him right now. I'm sorry. We can talk in our heads now to each other.
The voices in our head.
Yeah, I don't have
You
to
all
write in
look
the
like
book
crazy
anymore.
people standing in the middle of the field. This dragon is still like tracing. No, I'm kidding. She's not menacingly pacing across the invisible force field anymore.
Celine was totally just closing her eyes while holding the heart and talking to him. Completely trusting that Sylvie isn't going to kill her because she has her heart, you know, so.
Mm-hmm.
At the very least, it would get dropped and be bruised or something, you know? Like, that would suck.
If it can't be destroyed but by the greatest magics, I mean, dropping it, I mean, come on. Like, my only weakness, gravity. I mean...
If this is what we have to do, we'll just do it and be done. We have prepping to do. I have writing to do.
Sylvie looks to you, Celine. I would see you use that. See if it will work.
She wants to see me do it right now. Pull out the book. And she's gonna close her eyes and try to feel for the deity, and then like she has to open the book, right? Maybe, I don't know. Then she's just gonna open the book and then kind of hold the heart on top of it with her eyes closed.
As you touch the dragon's heart of hearts, pulsing with energy to your tome, you watch as they begin to meld together, the heart slowly disappearing. Your palm hits the face or the inside of the book, and it's gone. And you feel a flush of energy through the tome and through you, and the heart is gone.
Well, it's definitely in the book, and I can feel you're very strong. You know, I know you knew that, but yeah.
Yes, I can see you're focusing, almost listening. Yes, I can feel it. It's safe.
Can you feel this? And she's gonna hug the book.
No,
Because the god can feel it, so I don't know if you can feel it.
no. I wouldn't like it if I could. And she turns. Keep it safe.
Will do.
Can always find you. She looks over her shoulder. That's all the help I offer. I don't think you understand what it means, but
You can show me.
I owe you nothing.
Safe. You
As she,
don't.
as she walks away, you watch as her body kind of shimmers. She disappears, walking off.
Stealing my cloak.
You watch the cat to the side. You watch its eyes tracking something that you can't see across the field.
Out of curiosity, Nim is going to take her tome and then touch the top of her staff to it.
As you touch the void tome with its black leather to the pulsing purple Coricorda on your staff.
It's worth a try.
The sound of glass against leather. Nothing happens.
She takes the white Coricorda and kind of shoves it at Dante. Hey, hold this.
Do it to the pages.
You shove
Hold it to
in-
your book.
You shove it to Dante. He grabs it. Ah, I lost the green.
Oh, y'all can't talk. Y'all can't touch each other.
Aww, you watch his scales
He tried
ripple.
to hand it to her, and she tries to hand it to you, but there's a wall of force there still.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so good. You got saved.
Okay.
Tink,
Okay.
tink. The Gleeman kind of waves his hand.
Hold out your tome.
Okay.
Open the pages. Watch your fingers.
Here you go.
Nice
Cat-
to work. Sorry.
Cat attack. Suddenly, as the white Coricorda Dragonheart, it still shines, but it doesn't have the pulsing, full energy that Sylvie's heart had. But even still, as it touches the gilded tome, you see it much more slowly, gradually disappear into it.
Kitty bitty.
Yee! Oh, I missed the first one earlier. So Dante, as this white Coricorda is absorbed into the gilded tome, again it pulses with this energy. You feel it grow in power.
Is good or bad?
Oh, you were supposed to feel the power. Yeah.
The power.
I have the power, human.
So, Sylvie is left. You stand alone in the field outside Lastland, with but a cat watching you. Harding still sitting on the rock. As you contemplate what you're going to do next, let's take a short break. We'll be right back.
Okay.
Things to figure out.
Yeah.
Be back in. How long you guys need? 5-ish? 5-10 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. We'll be back soon.
once was a gnome named Wimbley Owns who worked all the day long. One day he said, fuck, I've had enough, and walked off into the woods. He found him a stump and he sat right down and stared at the sky for a bit. He sipped on a brew, let the daisies bloom, and said, well, this life's the shit. He marched back home with a jug in hand and shouted for all to hear, I claim this day to drink and play, let uns day bring the cheer. It's uns day, oi, stop the ale. Skip all your duties, let leisure prevail. Fuck yeah! Uns day, no work and only play. Hey, hey, hey. Raise your mugs to uns day. Now gnomes near and far all know the tale of Wimbley, bold and brash. They down their tools, abandon rules, and plunge in the mead with a splash. From mountain halls to shady towns, they cheer at week's sweet end. For every soul, from mine to knoll, knows Onsday is a friend. It's Onsday, oi, stop the ale. Skip all your duties, let leisure prevail. Fuck yeah! Onsday, no work and only play. Hey, 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 raise your mugs to Onsday. It's Onsday, hoist up the ale. Skip all your duties, let leisure prevail. Fuck yeah! Onsday, no work and only play. Hey, 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 raise your mugs to Onsday. Hey, 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 raise your mugs to Onsday. To Onsday. Onsday, Onsday. To Onsday.
And we are back. Hope you had a wonderful snack and or bathroom break, if you required that this evening. Picking up where we left. The Nildorin negotiate. Whoa. Thanks. Thanks for that. The Nildorin negotiated with Awak or Sylvie, the ancient green dragon, acquired her Korakorda, or Heart of Hearts. That is all the help she would offer before disappearing into the field beyond. He learned much, and little, it seems. As you stand in the grassy field, the wind blows softly through the grass and the trees. Standing around, what do you do now?
All right. So the big green heart, like, I don't know, powered up your book, or?
Yeah. I guess her heart was absorbed. It's in a weird spot. She's gonna be able to keep tabs on where I am because it's her heart, you know.
How come I cannot do that?
Now, focus on the saving the world part.
He was.
And I don't know, his magic, the dragon magic is stronger than other magics. I don't know.
Saying draconic. Well, yeah.
Hey, watch your language.
Right, though, so are we supposed to all, like, go talk a dragon and get their heart? Or, like, we saw this other one, like, I don't know, the guy in my book, his heart crashed into the book.
We don't really have time to go find more hearts.
I think that we make our wish and we wish for the best.
Does your
But
you said
for
that
legal reasons, that's not what it was.
do you know does the guy that's in your book that's King of Dragons or whatever, does he know anything about whether the red one should be used or shouldn't be used, or if there's a red one nearby that's like, hey, I'll help you out, you know, like maybe he can sense all dragons? I don't know.
Let me find out.
That was a lot of questions, I know, I'm sorry.
See, I don't have any books. I've eaten, and yeah.
Exactly.
Let me find out and see what he has to say. I don't think I have to read this, so all right, here we go. Sylvie, the ancient green dragon known as Awak. I'm not sure what that's a really terrible name in common, Ervin, but so they gave us their heart, or slain their heart, so she has 4. And Sylvie says something that I don't know, maybe that was you, the red heart isn't going to be good enough for the red book. All these colors, man.
The colors, Duke, the colors.
If they were just like notes on a sheet of music, I could figure it out, no problem. So maybe you could help me out. All right. Nemia tried to bam her book into the heart on the staff that she has that's the same kind, and it just said dunk. And then we saw the one that the traitor pressed into this book, and then Sylvie just pressed the one into, or god damn, it's so hard. So What do you recommend we do from this point forward? We need to know if the red heart be helpful into the red book. The glass into the glass book was you. The green Sylvie dragon was into Celine. The one on Nimstaff can't work or doesn't work into her book because it just made a sound that said bonk. And Dante was invisible. I forgot all about him for the moment. I can't help it, man. You were like hidden for a long ass time.
I was protecting my ass. Thank you very much.
Not that it helped. She could see it.
I'm sorry, man. Like, I'm not very perceptive when it comes to that kind of thing. Well, actually, I am, like, now that I have a couple of more of this magic things. But you know what I mean. Like, when you why the hell are you green? Because she touched the book to the green heart.
Oh, because I touched the heart.
Is that the heart of envy?
Call it
Something
a gift.
else.
Call it a gift.
I call it a GIF.
I also say Jeff.
Is this GIF you speak of?
What does this GIF you speak of?
Right. So that's where we stand. So I guess the most immediate question is, because I said a lot, because Celine said a lot. What can we use this red core quarter to help unlock partially the red tome?
Are you asking Aravindo or?
Yes. I'm holding the book to my head.
This is the only way. Not all hearts are the same. Younger hearts hold less power. Though the spirit is still strong. Weaker if the dragon was slain. With the red you could try. Or perhaps bring it to me. Bring it close.
All right. Like, how do I get there?
I'm here. And you possess the lesser red heart, yes?
I mean, I don't have it, but we're I'm gonna tell you, man, I'm not really good with this whole I'm here, not here kind of, like,
I am within the tome. Bring the heart close to the tome.
All right. He said to bring the lesser red heart close to this tome here.
I don't have it.
I don't have either.
Who has the red? Do you have it, Nim?
I think I took it out and placed it. I might still be in my hand, sorry. I was like, did I place it on the ground? But no.
I think it was just the tooth and the green scales. You took it out. I think you may have You took it out at some point.
Show
but
it to Sylvie.
I don't know what you did with it.
I think she just held it. So sorry. She's like,
Oh, here you go.
So she spins 20, degrees.
Oh yeah, you guys are right beside each other. I guess according to the map, yeah. If we're using that as any indication of placement, you're like, oh yeah, here. You're lost in thought, thinking about all these new things that you've learned, like making connections and reeling as you pass the heart of Izai the Dread to Hal.
All right, I will open up the book and I will place the red heart on the middle of the book.
As it makes contact, you see it begin to glow slightly. You hear a young, quite young, the standards of dragons, but not far. Adulthood. Perhaps. You hear the deep, rumbling purr. You watch. This one is probably the size of a peach pit. The others you've seen are more the size of grapefruits. And you watch as the pulsing grows brighter and brighter. It begins to grow so bright, sitting within the book, that you can't even look at it. Even with your eyes closed, you see it burning through your eyelids, and eventually you notice that it stops. When you look back, this tiny heart has grown.
Well, that was interesting.
Do we have anything else that we need to grow?
You immediately hold it over your lap. Nothing happens.
And I walk away.
I was about to say, Nim and I
Sorry,
link
Sylvie.
arms and walk a little bit away.
That didn't take long.
We're there, people. We're there.
Okay, it is much bigger than it was before.
Bonk.
That's what I meant to say. Don't they? Why you had that look on your face?
I'm just looking at this cat, dude. I'm good.
I mean, maybe this will suffice. It's a tribute to Harding's book. What do you think? Mem, what do you think?
Possibility that it could help.
They didn't answer me about your core Gorda that's on your staff either.
I think it's been so long since this dragon passed that it. I don't know.
Perhaps you should put your staff in my book.
Am I correct?
Maybe he can,
Yep.
make it come alive again. How?
You guys.
Don't rope me in this. I'm off on the side, away from all this nonsense.
Doesn't matter where you are. Doesn't matter where you are, Dante.
Nim takes
What?
the staff by two hands.
Firmly grasp
Really grasp it.
Standing menacingly. Menacingly. Nothing happens. At this point, Harding has kind of wandered over. That looked interesting.
Want to hold on to it? Trying to put.
How we've talked about this. I don't like you like that.
Haven't known me that long.
Long enough.
After
Right,
giving them a hug, Celine goes over there. Closer to Harding.
Put the red heart on the book.
Again, much like the others, it is gradually absorbed, almost as if you're pressing it into it, as it energy pulses through it. Nim, roll an intelligence check for me.
Could I have perceived Harding's inner thoughts when that happened?
23.
Yes. With a 23, from what just your intelligence, Nim. Red to red, green to green. Glass to glass, white to white. Your purple gem does not match your black book.
This one's different.
Celine, roll an insight check.
Okay. 25. Yeah.
You watch as the energy pulses in the Ignis tome in Harding's hands. You see her eyebrows move. Subtly, there's a twitch. It's not super obvious, but it's there. That's it.
I would like to stealthily. I'm actually gonna walk away a little bit, and then I'm gonna stealthily do it. I'm just gonna walk over here for no reason at all, and then stealthily gust up, some of the briny smell to her face area, just in case. I'm gonna try to hide the spell casting. Hopefully they're distracted.
What are you casting again? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Just a little gust thing that like I was doing whenever I was creating the.
You're trying to make sure she's calm.
Yeah.
Doesn't go crazy and murder all of you in this field.
Yeah, that no one knows about because Celine keeps secrets.
The wind
So
begins to gust.
Yeah.
You see Harding close her eyes. You kind of see her shoulders drop and take on this relaxed pose that you taught her, even though she's just standing still. You can see the center grow. The bit of wind.
cool. I'm just gonna sit down and kind of like stare towards the field, like nonchalantly. Look at my book, something.
exhausted the possibility of the hearts that you possess, standing in the field outside of Lastland. What's next?
Do we have to like absorb another heart into a book? Like, do we have another heart that we need to go like into Dante's book?
Dante's got one, you've got one, Selena's got one, and Harding has got one.
Missing one.
And the dragon sense dragons. I'm gonna lay on the ground and look up at the sky.
Okay.
Do I sense any near us?
What's the radius on your sense?
Oh.
Well, I was mainly asking Hal for his book, but you know, Dante might find one.
Yeah. Dante can sense dragons. Bound
to be one.
I'm gonna have to go over to D&D. I can't find it. Oh, there it is. Nope, I just found it. Dragon sense. Within 10 miles.
10 miles. Hmm.
And I can discern its exact location once per hour.
You sense one. Moving away at a rapid pace. Green. Ancient.
Gee, I wonder which one that could be.
Beyond that, you don't sense any other living dragons.
We should probably go back and get some rest. Like, if tomorrow's the last day, then there's a lot of things I want to do. And on that list is a mead or 10.
I used to.
Celine's gonna think in her head, can we make the wish without the heart, or do we need the heart for Nim's book?
You asking the Wildfather?
Yeah, she's gonna hug the book.
She's
and
having
close her eyes.
she's like having these casual conversations with the god in your head.
Yeah, while I hug him.
Hey, Wild Daddy.
You, Daddy.
Hey, Wild Daddy.
I was wondering, yo.
Selena's a valley. Selena's a valley girl. So, Wild Daddy, I was wondering. I'm kidding.
We should be on a first name basis, right?
Harold.
He answers back conversationally. Yes, the wish should suffice.
She's gonna have her eyes closed, still holding the book, and say, he says that we can just, go ahead and use the wish to release them. It should be fine.
I wish with all my heart. Stop.
But we should probably specify the wording. Restore the gods, right? Restore. Release and restore. Is that 2 wishes?
Release.
Release the gods with their powers intact.
Their realm.
Gleeman's over there, stroking his beard. Tricky thing. Be careful.
The rest of this episode, we're just gonna sit here and talk about how to word our wish. What y'all think? That's my best.
This
We
is
wish-
a test run, so Nim's very particular about how she says it.
Everyone like sits their tomes down and like, don't listen.
I
Don't
have
listen.
a living god heart in that dragon heart thing that I promised I'd protect. So, you know, very active. Protection.
Restore the deities to their realms at full power.
So instead of to their realms, maybe to where they want to go, right? Like they would want, you know.
And I mean, they're gods; they can go wherever they want. But if they go
Do
to
they
a
have
realm,
their own realms?
homeboys for Mechanus. Homeboy.
Homeboy. The guy that used to be in my book was from Mechanus, y'all.
Sorry, that was a bit of bug coming out.
He
Just
was
has to
from
be-
Mechanus.
We just have to be careful not to word it in a way where they can forget everything that they've learned since they've been in the books. They can't like we can't say, you know, something that might mess with that.
The Gleeman leans
mean-
forward at that. It's true. Beyond restoring the gods, the whole entire world has forgotten them. Shouldn't it be prudent to remind everyone that the other gods exist, as well as restoring them? The only reason I even know is because you've told me, and I've trusted you, that you've spoken with them within your tomes.
Stored with the proper power and
I mean, if you think about it, how does a god exist? A god exists because of his believers. And if you restore a god to their rightful power, then that means they have believers, right? Or, I mean, that's how my dad told me, like, the gods didn't exist in the past is because they only died because people stopped believing in them. So,
yeah, but that isn't actually what happened, though. That was just
I
what
mean-
we thought. We thought.
is it the chicken or is it the egg?
Little column A, little column B.
With the appropriate power and renown.
Release them to a world with
I mean, don't you think just making me be able to live longer would be easier?
Not if we all died tomorrow.
refound knowledge. To restore them to a world with refound knowledge.
The Gleeman he's sitting in the grass, crisscross applesauce, kind of his robe
And
out around him, puffing on his pipe, listening to you all.
got any bright ideas, old man?
Of course I do. Have you met me?
What's it? Tell us.
I'm
What does your old brain think?
I want to resent that you called me old, but I won't. First of all, why is Celine over in the grass, looking at the sky alone? What's Dante doing with that cat? Is that cat safe? I've heard how he speaks about cats. Oh, I guess you can hear me. I think you're overcomplicating it. Like most magic, as he begins tracing sigils in the air. Just simple cantrips. Releasing the magic. Keeping it simple is probably best. It's when you overthink it,
Oh,
when things get complicated, and go
destroy
awry.
the gods.
What are the ingredients then?
I mean, bringing them back is one thing, but you have to undo the repercussions of them being gone, yes?
That could be part of the restoration. Restore the gods in the world.
Are you trying to tell us to keep it simple, or are you trying to make it complicated?
Yeah, I was about to say. Like,
You're both sides of the coin right now, Gleeman. Also, what? We're going to have a conversation later, Valoran.
I wondered when that was going to happen, but yes.
What is that?
Now is not the time, Nem.
Mm-hmm. If we live past this, you're never going to hear the end of it. Because trust me, you're stuck with me.
We'll see.
Do we just say restore the belief and the gods as they were known?
Restore the gods as they were known.
restore
That's it. That's it.
gods.
But I have a gift of a litter of
You're so great
music.
with words.
Gleeman's like, you're the best.
All right, everyone, gather around.
I love how my little bit at the beginning and him winning that has just bled through this entire session.
All right, gather around.
Can y'all come to me? Like,
Yes.
Laying back in
I'm
the grass.
just kind of chilling on the grass is so comfortable right
I
now.
guess. Harding's like,
Dante picks up the cat. All right, come on.
She
You're mine.
sits up
Here, kitty.
with like her eyes all wide, and then she starts talking to, Wild Daddy again. She's like, she hugs him. I had to. And she's like, so like, am I still gonna be able to feel your hugs? Are you?
with what we've been through, and this connection that we've formed, yes. I will always be closer to you than any others that call out to me.
Okay, he's still gonna like me, guys. He's still gonna be close to me. I still get hugs. I'm so happy. I was a little worried for a second there.
I am going to hold out a hand to the center of the crew.
Oh, we like. Okay.
It's very like Dragon Tales, like with the dragon scale, like yeah.
Haven't seen that in so long.
It's like
Celine
this,
does the same thing.
Yeah. And whatever everyone agrees on, we say it has to be agreed on upon originally, and I believe ours was to restore the gods as they were remembered.
Wait, is that
say-
going to erase their memories that they had while they were in the book?
I don't think it matters because, like, if they show up as they were, and then they have this other rogue god that is trying to destroy everything, then they would battle back against this rogue god, regardless of what has happened.
Push the red
What do you
button.
think?
Can I push the red button? I just want to push the red button.
Yes.
Push the red
Wish-
button.
I wish to restore the gods. All of them.
Was that the wish? Was that it?
Don't forget to add as they were once. Like
As they were
known.
once remembered. As they were once known. I wish to restore the gods. All of them, as they were known. That is what I wish. That is my wish. That is my final answer. I push the red button. Please don't add anything else.
As you call this out and on this field as you're circled up, nothing happens. Where are your tomes?
In
I'm
my
hugging
hand?
mine.
We have to touch the tips.
Oh, yeah.
Practice run.
Hey,
Oh yeah, I gotta plug this in before I hit the big red button.
We have to touch them.
I mean,
that how
of course,
the
we have
wish
to touch
works?
the tips.
touch the tomes. Alright.
This is the end game, y'all.
We're
Come
making,
on.
We're making
Come on.
like a. We're making a pentagon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, so my tips are touching Nim and Harding then.
Oh, choosing the
It was
tips.
touching Dante for sure.
I'm out.
So as you all bring your tomes in, touching tips to tips, forming the empty pentagon between, you feel the magic begin resonating. Waves of arcane energy are pulsing through your tomes and into you, and around the circle, through all of you. 5 different voices, each of you know one of them, are layered in your minds as they speak in unison. What do you wish? Wish of the tomes.
I wish to restore the gods as they were known.
And again, the energy is running between in circles around all of you, growing faster. And again, you hear the voices. And those of you that didn't speak, is this also your wish?
Yes.
It is.
I think it. I don't say it.
Holding my tongue.
Because me and my tome are close. You know, me and my god.
We're homies.
Your tomies.
Your Tomies.
I beat you by a quarter for a second. Sorry, huge moment, and we're blowing it, being silly. That's classic Solid 10 D&D.
Knowing it?
Hey, guy, whoa.
Hey.
Harding also. Yes, I guess. Was the energy. It's faster and faster around. You feel it reach as it spins through all of you. You feel this field of energy, magic growing around you. It's so fast now, it's just this resonating hum. And Hal, you're probably like, that's a C chord or something like that. You're just the musician,
Minor.
yeah, the musician mind, you're listening to the tone shift as it grows faster and faster. As it reaches this crescendo, there's a as you watch this wave of magical energy blast out in all directions. And as it does, the light from the midday sun begins to grow dim almost. And the colors mute. And the magic, you see it continue to go further than you can see. In your minds, you hear this jubilant sigh, almost scream, joy. And the gods, they're being freed. And each of you hear the voice of the respective god in your tome speak directly into your mind. As they speak, their voice seems to grow softer, as if they're disappearing. The power will remain in the tomes for a time, but it will fade, and no more will the tomes of power be a threat to this world. Use your power wisely at the time that you have left, for this is not over, and the Banisher still roams free. It feels like there's more that they want to say, but their words are cut short. As you look around, the energy expanding from you dissipates. But the colors don't return. It's still dark. You look up to the sky. You watch as the tiny red moon crawls behind the greater moon. You hear laughter dancing through your minds. As the sky grows darker and the moon moves slowly behind a larger moon, I think that's a good spot where we'll pick up next week. Or next session, I should say. Scheduling is difficult, so we'll figure out when we're going to end this. The gods are free.
All of them.
All of them.
Yup.
Switch back to here. Get some happy music playing.
Oh.
Why is it? There we go. There we go. So,
Rar.
rar. Thank you for breaking my brain ice there. It was stuck. I don't know if we've told everyone this yet. I think we've mentioned it in passing and in chat, but the next session is likely... we'll see. You know how D&D goes. One shots end up as 3 or 4 shots. The next session is the intended campaign finale of Chronicles of Nildorin. There's
Yep.
but one challenge to face. There's still questions, and there's still the if you live, happy endings. But yeah, we're gonna work in that. Hopefully, in the next few weeks, we'll be able to hit our usual slot and play. Be sure to just join our Discord. It's the best way to keep up with. See if I can type. To keep up with when we can do it. Life things are happening with me, so it's tough to schedule. We have some fun things planned for when this campaign ends. Mini-series, and I'm super excited for Campaign 2. I've been thinking about it a lot. But we'll see what happens there. But I have to ask, before I get into saying goodbye and all of that, what do you guys think? What do you guys feel? There's a lot happened that episode. There's no combat, but some heavy lore and some stuff and things.
I'm feeling
I still get to
some
get
kind of way.
hugs, so
Feeling some kind of way.
Yeah.
So happy we have to play tonight.
Missed you guys.
and Sylvie is gonna come back for Hal. Apparently.
Can handle that.
It's the black hair thing, isn't it?
Gotta be.
Hal's immediately like, yes.
My brain, I know that it's coming up to the end, but 3 years with them, you know, and all of this, I called it pretty early on. And I was just like, I don't know, I feel kind of crazy, but I called it. I don't know if I called it or you took it or what happened, but... And...
Definitely a moment way back that you said something and I'm like, oh, here we are.
My red string. I'm feeling some feelings.
Yeah, I kind of want like
100%.
an after story thing, you know.
So
Just saying.
I'm gonna prepare. I'm gonna prepare like what happened, depending on what happens with.
I plan on talking with all of you individually in the coming weeks, and should you survive what is to come, what your plans are, and so I can help you facilitate that. I mean, it will be time jumping roleplay pretty much. There may be some rolls here and there, but mostly it'll just be, you can do it alone, you can do it together, depending on where you're going and what you're doing. But it will be potentially a very different world than the world that you were in because of what you've done.
Yeah, and whether we succeed or not.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think we're actually 3 years was it June? It's in June 3 years ago that this campaign started. It started as a play-by-post, then voice, then video, and then it was session 32. 30 we started recording the video, but 32 we started streaming, and we actually streamed on Roddy's channel. And then 33, solid 10, started streaming. Our podcast starts at session 30. It's kind of rough with the audio because we're figuring this out. But it's a good place for the story. And throughout the story, we recap and go back to what happened before in the first 30 sessions because it was rough. We were all learning D&D and just having a good time. It's fun listening to the podcast. It really is. Like, it helps me remember so many stupid little things that we talked about. It's wild. It's wild. Because I think that... Holy shit, it's March. Yes. 2 years ago, we started streaming. I think March 1st. It's technically our stream anniversary. What is the word, Phoenix?
Streamer.
I call it streamiversary. Yeah.
No, there was a longer one. You had a longer word for that.
Mine was my stream affiliversary because I became an affiliate very soon after I started streaming. That was mine.
Yeah. You made lots of cool friends, and as soon as you were just like, bam, you knocked that shit out quick. It's awesome, yeah. I think it took us about a month. No, that's smart. That's a smart way to do it. Okay, I think I've rambled enough. Thank you guys for hanging out with us as we roll Math Rocks and play Pretend.
Missed you guys.
One thing...
I'm not feeling any feelings. What are y'all talking about?
I don't have feelings.
Not emotional.
Something that we do need to plan for when we do try to schedule the finale is probably schedule for a longer time block just to be safe.
Yeah.
I don't know if we do it not on a Friday. I know that usually we do Chronicles of Nildorin on Fridays. Maybe it's on a Sunday afternoon. I don't know. We've got time to figure it out because I know that our work schedules and trips and stuff and things are busy throughout the month. So it may be a minute before we get to this, but we probably need to plan for a longer slot so we can get through all the stuff and things that we want to happen without rushing it. Just a thought.
Yep.
Agreed. Cool.
Yep.
Yep. Wolfie boy tired.
Wolfie boy sleepy. Wolfie boy's still fighting headache.
Oh no. I've tried to mute tonight. I've been down with the sickness, Awak Waka. I've tried to mute when I've coughed because it's gnarly. But to all of you out there that are still listening to us ramble and talk nonsense, thank you for hanging out with us while we roll Math Rocks and play Pretend. Stick with us for a little bit. We're going to find a friend and raid them. Be sure to share the love with them by spamming that solid 10 heart emote. Thank you for all the follows and subscribes and gifts and bits and all the things. You guys are just fucking awesome. We can keep doing this because you keep hanging out with us, and that's just awesome. But we'll see you next time. We love you. Good night.
We're solid 10 D&D. We have fun rolling dice and make believe. Da 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 da. We love you. Thanks for being you. We're solid 10 D&D. We have fun rolling dice and make believe. We love you. Thanks for being you. We're solid 10 D&D. We have fun rolling dice and make believe. Ooh, 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 ooh. We love you. Thanks for being you. We're solid 10 D&D. We have fun. We have fun rolling dice and make believe. Share the solid and D&D love.